who've worked tirelessly to achieve true justice for victims.
Well, I'm streaming early today.
The significant information that has come out has come from the Oversight and Government Reform Committee. As a result of its issuing
Granny,
13 subpoenas, we've
been going hard.
65,000 pages of documents from the Department of Justice, the Epstein estate,
shit.
which was not mentioned in the underlying legislation, former U.S. attorney, and others. Let me state again, the unanimous
Let me switch
consent
channels
request
to watch this. I don't want to get struck down. But
This legislation would have been passed last week. Instead, they want political theater to capitalize on. House Republicans, on the other hand, remain focused on truth, accountability, and delivering real justice for Epstein's victims, not political points. I reserve.
Reserves, the gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, may I inquire as to how much time I have remaining?
Gentleman has 5.5 minutes remaining.
I yield myself 3.5 minutes.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, all that is necessary for evil to prevail is for good men to do nothing. And we've had a lot of good men doing a lot of nothing on the other side of the aisle. Until we did something, 3 brave women and myself and the Democrat caucus. We did something. And then what did they do? They've opposed us every step of the way. They've lied about the legislation. Let me tell you some of the lies they've told. They've said that it doesn't protect victims. Well, if that is so, why were dozens of victims with us today at a press conference urging this body to pass this legislation? It's because this legislation specifically protects victims. They've said this legislation does not prevent the release of child pornography. Of course it does. We have a specific provision in our legislation to prevent that. They've said so many falsehoods about this legislation, but now they're going to vote for it. Hopefully, enthusiastically. But really, they've been drugged to this. Our judicial system is broken. If it were working, there wouldn't be 1,000 victims who haven't seen justice yet. They are victims of the Epstein class. I begrudge nobody success that they become a billionaire. But if you think being a billionaire,
Harlan County, Kentucky transparency, it will be redacted.
Lets you rape young women, lets you traffic women, you've got another thing coming when this bill passes. Do not let the Senate muck this up. There have already been efforts to derail this, our discharge petition. The Oversight Committee has released thousands, tens of thousands of documents. That's fine. Keep working. How many names have you released? 0. You are still protecting, or the DOJ is protecting, pedophiles and sex traffickers. The time for that to stop is now. Now, our speaker says, oh, this bill needs amended in the Senate, and specifically, he's trying to create a loophole. He's trying to categorize the pedophiles as victims. He's saying, oh, we don't embarrass the people that went to the rape island. We should protect those names against unreliable accusations. Is he calling all of these victims unreliable? They've testified to the FBI. The FBI has these names in their possession. I asked the FBI director in a hearing, have you looked at the documents? No, he trusts
Hit that like button, motherfuckers.
For decades. That is wrong. Do not let the Senate muck this bill up.
Don't let the Senate buck this bill up, he
You're part of
said.
that in the Senate. You are part of this cover-up that we are trying to expose.
Run them likes up, by God.
Billionaire donors is going to get embarrassed because he went to Rape Island. That is what they have coming. In fact,
What names is on that list? Drop them in my chat if you think they're really on the Epstein files list.
And the survivors know that. So
Who's
how
on the
will we know
list? Drop
if this
it in my
bill is
chat.
successful? We will know when there are men, rich men, in handcuffs being perp walked to the jail.
Not by Ernie
Until
Shell.
then, this is still a cover-up. I urge my Senate colleagues, do not muck up this bill. The president has already said he will sign it. That means he will sign the bill that we have here today.
They
Do not
finna
change
vote.
this bill. He is ready to sign it. Give it to him. Put it on his desk. Let's get justice for these victims.
By
I
God.
reserve.
The gentleman from Kentucky reserves. The gentlelady from North Carolina is recognized.
Reserve.
The gentlelady
Granny's
reserves.
back. She reserves. Let them vote, by
Is
God.
the gentlelady prepared to close?
Yes, I am, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
I yield the remainder of my time to the ranking member, Mr. McGovern.
The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Victims is in there.
How much I admire the courage of my Republican colleagues who are.
Boys and boys
Speaker,
and girls.
and
Clinton,
at the end of the
Obama.
day, this is not about us, and it's not about politics. This is about the survivors, young girls who were exploited.
No, I
by
didn't
powerful
see it
men,
about the Star
and
Trek
used money and
dude.
power to take advantage of
What up,
girls,
Tony?
some as young as 11 years old.
John
The
Kemp.
President of the United States calls it all a hoax. Can you imagine that?
What athletes is on this
What a disgusting
list?
thing to say. These young girls, now women, the survivors, what happened to them was horrific. They were sexually abused, many of them for years, and the President of the United States calls it all a hoax. What kind of messed up, sick in the head, immoral person says something like that? This bill is about making sure powerful men are held accountable. It's about demanding truth and transparency for the American people. Now, Republican leaders in this
I bet
House
you
lost
they buy
control of the
pussy
story.
too, though.
They lost the ability to hide behind procedure, and they lost the luxury of pretending that they were ever on the right side. The American people see it, survivors see it, and history will see it. And listening to the Speaker of the House.
The new owner of the
Patriots,
Patriots, not
it's
Tom
he wants to
Kraft.
kill this whole thing. He's trying to
Still on
obstruct
fire
the
in
process.
Everett's.
Why the
Gotcha.
hell is he fighting so hard to do the opposite of what the survivors want? What an awful, awful thing to do. So let us release the files. Let's give survivors the transparency they've long been denied. Let us take back power from the rich billionaire elites who think they can do whatever they want with no justice.
Let me just switch it up so I don't get hit with copyright or nothing.
2 croissants, please.
Abby, god damn, they ain't wait 20 fucking seconds. What you on CBS?
The holiday season
5
is
seconds.
here,
We'll
and
deal with
Civic
that.
Store is your VIP pass to unique gifts at the best.
Gentleman yields back.
Good
The
question.
lady from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Granny's back from North Kakalaki. She's
Mr.
been spitting
Speaker,
fire all morning.
Those of us
Good
who
question, John
did
Kemp.
not sign the discharge petition
Sean
are
Hannity.
just
Don
as
Lemon.
concerned
Geraldo.
about the victims, or if you, as some are calling them, survivors, as our colleagues who signed the discharge petition. We share contempt for anyone who abused anyone else. I've stood on this floor many times.
Run them
Mr.
likes up,
Speaker,
goddammit.
to speak out for victims and survivors of people who.
It's that easy
who
to hit a
have
like
been
button
abused.
for me. Thank
And
you.
against
Just go
anyone
click that
who
motherfucker.
breaks the law or takes advantage of an innocent person. We will not be characterized as insensitive to that.
By God.
But what House Republicans, who didn't sign the discharge petition, remain focused on truth, accountability, and delivering real justice for Epstein victims.
You just afraid you was names on there 2345.
Trump's Department of Justice that Jeffrey
Hating ass
Epstein
bitch.
was arrested and tried. We have not tried to avoid this situation. We want things done the right way. We want.
Release it. Harlan County, Kentucky Transparency. Subscribe.
And survivors. Our rule
Fuck
today
if I don't drop
simply
everything today.
expedites consideration of the massive
Thank you, bud.
HANA legislation. And as I said, we would have liked to have seen it passed last week. when we gave an opportunity for it, but it was blocked by the Democrat minority leader.
What kind of
I ask for
earrings is
support
them?
for this rule, the underlying legislation.
X's?
With that, I urge my
Crosses?
colleagues to vote
T's?
yes on the previous question, yes on the rule, and Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time and move the previous question on the resolution.
The gentlelady yields back the balance of her time. The question is on ordering the previous question on the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Mr. Speaker, request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed.
I gotta go shit or something? Well, stay in prison, Greg. Fuck you. Oh, they're doing the yays and nays right now, or they're going in the back to vote, or? Oh, Kentucky boy.
Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the chair will postpone further proceedings today on motions to suspend the rules on which a recorded vote or the yeas and nays are ordered, or votes objected to under Clause 6 of Rule 20. The House will resume proceedings on postponed questions at a later time. For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 4405.
The clerk will read the report the title of the bill.
H.R. 4405, a bill to require the Attorney General to release all documents and records in possession of the Department of Justice relating to Jeffrey Epstein and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Jordan, and the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Raskin, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Ohio.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and to insert extraneous material on H.R. 4405.
She nodding out.
Without objection,
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
the gentleman is recognized.
We also
She's
vote to
fighting
back
the
out
nod.
council, and we're all going to vote for this resolution. But I think a little perspective is important. Democrats have spent 6 months talking
You
about
probably right,
Epstein,
Chris.
even though they had
Reggie Cottrell in the house?
Now, why would they do that? Why would they do that? Maybe it's to go after President Trump.
What up, Reggie?
Never forget, they shut down the government for 43 days.
She's bit down on a perk 30 and she's in a bar. She's in there on them pain pills and the rounds, bruh.
For a month and a half because it might hurt the president. For the past decade.
What's our basketball superstar up to?
One constant. Go after Trump. They spied on his campaign.
Riley Smith's brother, Matt Smith, may be in them files. You never know. His father?
Alvin Bragg, Bonnie Willis, Letitia James. Then it was Artie Frost,
Matt Smith, Mark Smith, Flint, Michigan.
United States senators and congressmen, and a whole host of other Americans. Then it was
I don't know. She's pretty high, though.
gag orders and his raiding President Trump's home. Then it was a 43-day shutdown, and now it's Epstein. And by the way, the same party that did all that, they were also the ones who were texting with Mr. Epstein during a hearing where Michael Cohen was their witness in another effort to go after the president. Americans see through it all, and frankly, it's actually kind of
Shout out to the school.
this obsession.
We watching the White House, seeing if they gonna let these motherfucking files free.
President Trump, no matter what that they have. And I actually, when I think
Don Lemon.
I think it's because President Trump and Republicans have accomplished so much that they told the voters they were going to accomplish in the 2020
Larry
election.
King.
We're actually doing what we said we were going to do. President Trump said he was going to cut taxes, and he did.
Not Larry Hoover.
Secure the border, and he did. President Trump said he'd get men out of women's sports, and he did. President Trump said he would make sure Iran doesn't have nuclear capability, and he did. And he said he would get the hostages out of Gaza back into Israel, and he did.
Cause he's daddy.
All in 9 months.
Suck his fucking dick.
So I don't know what causes this mindset, this syndrome that the left has, but I know one thing.
Narc ambulance headed somewhere.
Which brings me to last week. Think about what the Democrats did last week. The Democrats released an email that the Oversight Committee had obtained from the estate. An email from Mr. Epstein to Ms. Maxwell. When the Democrats released it, they redacted the 15 days. Something we all support. Something everyone supports. Except in this case, no court had ordered that name redacted. No agency had redacted
Get
it.
some coffee,
and the
Bo.
estate didn't redact it. And the victim had already went public. So why black out her name? Why black out her name? Because she had said in her book and had testified
Bobby,
under oath that she
it's untelling, fam. A lot of boys got deedied up.
Think about what they did. In an email between two criminals, Mr. Epstein and Ms. Maxwell, in an email between two criminals, they hide the name of an individual who had went public and exonerated the president, and we know why. To distort and twist the message because they thought it might harm the president. Their position, cover up the names of people who are already public,
We got that
but don't
pressed
worry
milk.
about other innocent people who the court said should remain private.
Nah, I'm good.
Again, I think the American people see
I
through
just
it.
thought about it
They see
though.
through what the Democrats are doing. The American people know what this is.
Hey Reggie,
They know
tell
Democrats
everybody in
have
the
nothing
school
else to run on
Sunday to go out to
because of this
the movie
Democratic
theater at 1 o'clock exactly and get a turkey and some free beans from Mike Long and Amos Pace.
families elected us to do. With that, I reserve.
Gentleman reserves.
Tell the whole school,
Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Mr.
don't
Speaker.
come early.
Such time as it may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
Today, 4 months and 3 days after Mr. Khan and Mr. Massey introduced their discharge petition, perhaps the most famous discharge petition in American history, the People's House unites across party lines to draw a moral line. We draw a line against the rape and sexual violation of children. We draw a line against the global criminal trafficking of girls and young, of rich and powerful men who believe they are beyond all law and all morality. We draw a line to put the voices of the victims and the survivors first. We
Right.
ask the Senate to join us without changes rather than obstruct this bill with dilatory amendments, legislative graffiti, and self-dealing million-dollar jackpot provisions for lucky senators. Just pass the bill.
Spit your game, talk your shit.
Bipartisan discharge petition led by Representatives Massey and Khan and
He's on Blue Chewing the Rottens, by God.
The determined obstruction of the Speaker. This forced vote means the House will no longer acquiesce in this astonishing.
They shape-shifted Trump off the list, by God.
Multi-billion-dollar global sex trafficking and child rape ring that has ravaged the lives of more than 1,000 girls and young women.
There you go.
We're here today because these victims, these survivors.
Well, motherfucker, he's spitting game and talking shit, by God.
Responsible for enabling it, ignoring it, bankrolling it, and
To goon.
We join them today in rejecting
$100,000 to sit home and goon on fucking Blue Chew and Viagra.
No, child sex abuse is not a hoax. It's a crime. Human trafficking is not a hoax. It's a crime. These crimes are.
Okay, chat, who's in these files? Will Smith?
elementary schools, in churches and mosques and synagogues, in
Yeah, actually, we've talked about that a lot.
summer camps,
Emil's music. We've talked about painting that several different colors.
Exploit the young, the poor, the powerless, and the vulnerable. We must face the truth and find the co-conspirators still at large in one of America's most
Ice cream man.
trafficking and child abuse rings in
What you think about that?
Release of the file will expose the role of everybody who facilitated and covered up these crimes, like J.P. Morgan Chase, Bank of America, Deutsche Bank, and Bank of New York Mellon, which executed billions of dollars in transactions related to these offenses, as well as any bank executives who participated in the sexual abuse of girls and young women.
Is Dan Mosley,
Cover up these crimes, like Alex Acosta, the former U.S. attorney in Miami, Donald Trump's labor secretary, who gave Jeffrey Epstein an unbelievable sweetheart plea.
textured emerald green.
Conspirators and killed an investigation.
We think it would look good in textured emerald green.
Brought down the entire criminal.
Green has been conferenced about.
I'm gonna yield, reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 4 minutes to distinguished chair of the House Oversight Committee, Mr. Comer, the gentleman.
Okay.
The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Kentucky back in the house, my
I've
God.
always believed
Sub up, hit that like button, motherfuckers.
for years
Run them likes up.
demanded
Hit the
truth
like
about
button.
Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell's horrific crimes.
Quicker you hit the likes, the quicker they'll release the files, I believe.
The House Oversight
Super
Committee
chats,
conducted
memberships,
a
get 'em.
government's investigation
Drop a
into
super
Epstein.
chat, get a
Our work goes far
membership.
beyond the legislation before us today. We are committed to accountability, transparency, and justice for the American 5,000 pages of documents, issued 13 subpoenas.
You could
and
do
conducted
wallpaper
interviews with
easy
witnesses, both of whom
and
were
add an
Republicans.
additive paint that
The
gives
Trump
it
administration has
texture.
provided us with Department of
Facts.
Justice materials and access to suspicious activity reports.
We'll wallpaper naked.
Unfortunately, throughout this investigation, Democrats have chosen to
Naked wallpaper.
Anti-Trump hoax instead of pursuing justice. They have mischaracterized witness testimony and selectively released
Tickets,
documents,
biddies, you got an issue.
targeted redactions,
You
in
need
an
to
effort to smear President Trump.
take Docalax and start shitting in the diarrhea,
Bill Barr, who
in the
oversaw
Cumberland Gap
2019
water
Epstein
bottles,
investigation,
pop a hole in the top and squirt shit, liquid shit back on him, by God.
Found no evidence that President
His
Trump
neighbors throwing
committed wrongdoing.
shit in them Walmart bags and throwing them over the fence at him.
Straightforward fact, Ranking Member Robert Garcia.
Yeah, shit in a gallon jug of milk, rinse it out, shit in it, pop a hole in the top of it, and squirt X-Lax shit at
that,
him.
quote, Barr could not clear Trump of wrongdoing.
I just seen it, Mark.
That was a lie. And we have the transcript to prove it. I invite the media to read the transcript.
Well, what if they can't
The
read?
committee interviewed former U.S. Attorney for the Southern District of Florida, Alex Acosta.
Collect it and send it back, Doug Armstrong said.
Manufacture a gotcha moment. But they failed. Mr. Acosta dismissed-
Save up all this shit in their Walmart bags and jack off with
There was
it.
no contact between President Trump and Mr. Acosta, and no connection between President Trump and the Epstein case. Next,
I bet he's bought
Democrats
some
resorted to
pussy.
leaks and doctored documents to mislead the American people. Oversight Committee Republicans have posted 65,000 pages of documents we have received today.
You could take up tennis, shit tennis.
More than 1 dozen. In their latest selected leak, Democrats released just three of the 23,000 pages of documents from the Epstein estate. And they made redactions.
Well, let
to
this
those
lo-
emails that changed both the context and the meaning of the 3 pages they released.
I'd say you're right.
CNN called them out for their deceptive redactions. Representatives Stansberry and
CNN stands for Cracks News Network now.
their own edits for the Democrat Oversight Committee edits. After Democrats
That's right. He don't buy pussy. He grabs them by the pussy.
And what did Democrats say in response when we released every single document that we got?
Grab 'em by the
They claim
pussy.
full transparency was meant to, quote, disorient or distract from their manufactured narrative.
Joey Bowling, 69 in here. We're up to 82. Subscribe and run them motherfucking likes up. If you can't hit that like button, your dick can't get hard and your pussy won't get wet. So run them likes up.
In contrast, full transparency exposed how Epstein...
84, run the likes up, goddammit. Subscribe.
The emails reveal the journalist coaxed Epstein to blackmail then presidential candidate Donald Trump.
Roadhead.
The files also show that a House Democrat colluded with Epstein during the 2019 oversight hearing to discredit witnesses with a vendetta against President Trump. And
Crack 40 TV, Austin.
about their colleagues' coordination with
Sub
Epstein.
up and watch everything that goes on in Appalachia on Crack 40 TV. My ice cream man, Master P themed ice cream tree.
King Jeffrey's campaign solicited money from Jeffrey Epstein. That's what we found in the last document batch. The files underscore why former President Trump must appear for his deposition. We've subpoenaed him. To date, the Democrats have done nothing to help us secure his appearance.
And sub to Harlan County, Kentucky Transparency.
To work to get the truth to the American people.
It's about Appalachia, rap, and everything in the world.
Of this investigation.
Trump's over sucking the Saudi Arabian prince right now. They're jacking each other off at the same time.
I should just point out that we've heard now from the...
This big nose fucker talks, he spits some shit.
Spoken almost exclusively to denounce Democrats. We have a bipartisan coalition here demanding the truth about the largest child sex abuse and trafficking ring, perhaps in American history, certainly in this century, and they want to just throw stones at the Democrats. What a remarkable failure of leadership we're seeing from the other side, and I imagine...
106 in here, hit that like button, subscribe to Crack 40 TV, by God.
President Biden, with his spectacular failure in trying to block...
He's a dildo tyrant.
Today, I'm happy to yield 1 minute. Excuse me, you're not recognized, whoever's speaking, and I'd like to yield 1 minute to the very distinguished minority leader on the House Oversight Committee.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. And Mr. Speaker, it's wonderful to hear
Spit your gang, talk your shit.
the chairman of our committee finally wanting transparency on this issue. It is time.
He got Appalachian cook. He's got cooking oil in his hair. That ain't jail, that's castor oil.
Our Jeffrey Epstein investigation, and he's failed. And now he's panicking. He's about to lose his Epstein vote to force the Department of Justice to release the files.
Release the
And let's be
list.
crystal clear. Trump has the power to release the files today. He does not.
On Larry Hoover.
And he continues to defy the subpoena of the Oversight Committee to release all the files. What is Donald Trump hiding? What is Pam Bondi, the Attorney General, hiding? Why won't they release the Epstein files right now? And he must explain to the public why he moved sex trafficker and monster Ghislaine Maxwell to a cushy, low-security prison after her interview with Trump.
I believe you're right, Neil.
He should declare an every... We don't care how much money you have, what party you're in, how powerful you are. We should get justice for the survivors of Jeffrey Epstein. And our work on the committee is not over. Next up are the bank and financial records to follow and expose...
You're right, Samuel.
Today, there should be unanimous...
And UFOs and drones and UAPs.
And with that, I yield back. And we reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield a minute and a half to the distinguished gentleman from California, member of the Judiciary Committee, Mr. Kite.
The gentleman from California is recognized.
I have consistently called for the maximum possible level of transparency when it comes to the heinous...
Well, I'm white, but...
That's why I consistently say...
Hot damn, he's white. And got big ears. Look at them fucking ears.
Victims deserve the truth.
I bet they can eat some pussy.
Justice, and they deserve closure.
Woman grab him ears and ride his face like crazy.
And see the name of their tormentor on the front page of every newspaper, on every TV channel, as has the broader American...
Dan Forster in the house. What up, though?
By so many people in so many ways. which is deeply
Run them likes up, motherfuckers.
about matters of the highest sensitivity.
Deployed. Mossad
It
Agency.
is my hope
Hit that like
this
button.
resolution today, together with the work
Now I got little bitty ears. He's got huge ears. I wished I had big ears like that.
pertinent material so that we can move on. Let's get accountability. Let's get answers.
Run them likes up, bitches.
I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman reserves.
Yeah, we reserve.
Bring them up, run them up, run them
I
up.
give 1 minute to the very distinguished gentlelady.
Big ears means a long nut sank. Well, you could be right.
Mr. Speaker, thousands of girls, children, were abused by Jeffrey Epstein and his massive and powerful ring of pedophiles. And
I thought she was gonna say massive cock.
We can't say all their names here, we don't have time. But let's at least bring a few of the courageous Robson, Jenna Lisa Jones, Michelle Licata, Ashley Rubright, Annie Farmer, Marina Lacerda, Rachel Benavides.
120 people. Hit the like button, please.
Never should have had to bear. And today they demand, we demand.
You ain't lying.
People demand that we answer their clarion call to justice.
Thank you, Dan.
Despite all the giant cover-up attempts by and this Speaker of the House, we will vote to release all the Epstein files. To be clear, there is no protection.
I agree,
for
Ghost
pedophiles,
Samurai.
no protection for the rich and powerful men of either party who participated, who turned a blind eye, who winked and grinned while witnessing the horrific abuses of young children. Release all the damn files now.
By God.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Ohio.
Yeet.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield a minute and a half to the distinguished gentleman.
Spit your game, talk your shit.
Gentleman recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have been very supportive of this effort, specifically to bring justice to the
You heard her.
this horrific series of crimes. However, I have worked behind the
Nah, I'm a crack baby.
with this petition as it
I'm from Appalachia.
Specifically, I believe that
Harlan
there is
County.
risk at harming innocent people, and I repeat, harming innocent people. When innocent people are harmed, that is not.
You can't go back to Thailand.
With an investigation of
No
this
more little
crime
boys for
and
you,
a
Daddy.
file that is as large as the Epstein files and as poorly defined as that is in this petition, there will invariably be people who are released pursuant to this discharge petition who had nothing to do with criminal activity. Imagine, if you will, a bellman, a waiter. some
Thank
type
you,
of
Dan.
foreman, a mere
No, the
servant
Whitakers is way up in West Virginia.
whatsoever on the
I'm in Appalachia, Eastern Kentucky.
participation. Their lives
Harlan County, home of Trent Noah.
specifically from
TV show Justified.
that prohibited grounds for withholding
Hush money.
information in this file are embarrassment, reputational harm, or political sensitivity.
People heard.
I would just submit. if
Well, hell,
you
my
really
papa was fucking mine.
Suffer social harm, and that is all of the encompassed activities.
Subscribe,
You will
motherfuckers.
be named in this petition.
Run the likes
And I
up.
resent that. Innocent people should not be harmed when we are pursuing justice. I understand the political nature of this petition. I resent
No
the
more
fact
cream
that
of some young guy. That's pressed cream of some young guy.
Innocent people. I yield back.
With
The
derivative,
gentleman reserves.
cream of some young guy
I'm
derivatives.
yielding 1 minute to the distinguished gentlelady from California, Representative Commodore Duff.
The gentlelady from California is recognized.
Sure.
1 in 3 women and girls around the world are physically and sexually
When we get
assaulted
food stamps.
each year. Of the 152 women in this body, that means 51 women. It includes your daughters, your sisters, your nieces, your mothers. And with the Epstein files, we have a chance to change that. But real talk.
Well, free Larry Hoover.
A discharge petition. It has not complied with the subpoena, and it has the power to release the files today. Instead, the man in the most powerful position in the world has used the full weight of the government to block and obfuscate and deflect
Kurt.
the full release of the files. It is the same person who intimidated female members of Congress to withdraw.
Spit your game, talk your shit,
who
Kurt.
responded quiet piggy to a female reporter who asked about the files and who nominated an alleged sexual predator to be our AG. It is the same person whose name appears more than any other in the Epstein email.
Free my.
A pantheon of violence, a sexual predator protect him. It's also curious that the judiciary is managing this debate and has not even had this come before.
Get 'em, Glow.
I wonder why. Release the files now.
Get 'em, Glow.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy.
Texas, mine.
Subcommittee.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Rest in peace, Pimp
The
C.
United Republican Party and a bipartisan supermajority is going to pass a bill to increase transparency regarding the egregious abuses by Jeffrey Epstein, a goal that anyone of conscience.
You know he packs a
That is
weapon.
in totality an important statement to check the rich and the powerful. Remember how he got here. After decades, it was President Trump's Department of Justice that indicted Jeffrey Epstein in July of 2019. It was President Trump's DOJ
Chopped
that
up,
arrested
by God.
Ms. Maxwell.
Slow down.
Through 13 subpoenas that has released 65,000 pages of files in just 10 months. Meanwhile, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle have largely ignored this issue. It was Democrats.
Is Hillary Clinton's name in it?
Mislead the American people about the truth of a witness that exonerated President Trump. It was a Democrat, Representative Passett, who literally texted with Jeffrey Epstein as we questioned Michael
That's
Cohen.
facts,
It was
Christopher.
Democrats who shut down the government.
Hit the like button, motherfuckers.
Swearing in of members. As we vote to pass this legislation, and it will pass, it is impossible, however, to avoid problems with its politicization. One colleague has offensively gone so far as to say that to oppose this bill means you support pedophiles. Yet I know good public servants, former law enforcement, former prosecutors, who never
Well,
knew
God damn it!
any visitors to his criminal enterprise, who have genuine concerns
Bucket spilt change every fucking where.
new victims or harming
You son of a bitch!
That is what we reduce Congress to.
If the high school's watching this still, little Reggie, y'all need, I hope y'all are studying this case and it can maybe bring awareness to the school. If there's any
Future investigation.
people in the schoolhouse that's been through some shit like this, maybe y'all studying this, it'll help people in the school.
But we should be motivated by truth and justice for
I
all.
got you, Gutter King.
I yield back.
The gentleman yields back.
I yield back.
The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you. I yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentlelady from Massachusetts, Representative Clark, the Minority Whip.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This should be an easy vote. This is about justice for the victims and survivors of Jeffrey Epstein. This is about every victim of trafficking and sexual abuse. Monstrous crimes that thrive in secrecy and fear. Yet instead of shining a light on that darkness, just moments ago, Donald Trump defended the continued obstruction of releasing these files.
While jacking off the Saudi Arabia prince.
Yes, today, Speaker Johnson is calling this a
They
joke.
fucking right now.
He's calling it dangerous. He is signaling the U.S. Senate to block it. Republicans continue to use their power to shield rich pedophiles from justice. If you can't stand up for
Good
these
point,
survivors,
Leanne
how
Law.
can anyone trust you to stand up for them? I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back.
We yield.
The gentleman reserves. Does the gentleman reserve?
Yeah, we reserve.
The gentleman from Ohio is recognized. We reserve. The gentleman reserves.
By
The
God.
gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Yes, just.
Big nose.
What happened under the Biden administration? Well, under the Biden administration, Ghislaine Maxwell was prosecuted for conspiring to sexually abuse and traffic girls in 2020. Right when in 2021, she was convicted. In December of 2021, after a month-long trial in Judge Nathan's courtroom, in 2022, Maxwell was sentenced to 20 years in prison.
That
under
ain't
the Biden
enough.
administration for sex trafficking and sexual abuse of minors. But when President Trump took office in January of 2020,
And Craycraft.
they killed the investigation. They assembled all the materials, they got all the prosecutors together, and they terminated the investigation. I yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Raja Krishnamurthy.
Toss him a minute, dog.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in strong support to release the Epstein files. First, this issue is beyond party. It's a question of justice. Survivors have waited too long.
No, he don't own a no, he don't own no gas stations.
Second, we must face a hard truth. Silence that shields the powerful is a betrayal of those they hurt. Congress must reject any attempt, including a presidential pardon or any form of clemency for
Crack
Ghislaine
stamps
Maxwell.
everywhere, by
This
God.
would be a cover-up. We cannot allow clemency of any kind for Maxwell, not now, not ever. Survivors deserve justice. I urge a strong yes vote. Thank you.
Goes back.
I want to thank the gentleman for his eloquent remarks. Pardons are for people.
Agree,
who are
Gutter
right.
King.
Pardons are for people who are repentant. Pardons are not for people who lie. Every member of this body should immediately, verbally, vocally denounce the idea of clemency, commutation, or pardon for Ghislaine Maxwell, and we reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Yeah, we reserve, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman reserves.
I yield 30 seconds to Ms. Ledger Fernandez.
The gentleman is recognized.
There were thousands of girls and young women abused, trafficked, and used by Epstein, the elite and the powerful who believed they could get away with it. Epstein told the young victims that he controlled the banks and the government. Those women refused to be silenced, and today they have pierced the dark with their light. Anytime any girl is trafficked,
See, murder and
the world must
Larry Hoover didn't get a pardon.
The House proves Jeffrey Epstein wrong. The Senate must do the same tomorrow.
The gentleman reserves. The
Tomorrow,
gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
tomorrow.
2 minutes to the gentleman from California. 1.5 minutes to the gentleman from California.
The gentleman from California is recognized.
I thank you, Chairman. Mr. Speaker, a minute and a half or an hour, the words will still have to be the same. We've all said that this will pass the House, perhaps unanimously today. I think all of us who have looked at the details of this particular bill.
Biden shoots up baby piss out of dirty diapers.
President's desk, it has to be amended as it can be amended in the Senate. And we call on the Senate to amend it so that we protect the innocent, so that we
Nancy,
allow
your mom's
the
in prison.
provisions that were intended perhaps to be in this bill but are not properly written. With that, President Trump has said, get it to his desk, he will sign it. President Trump has said he will do it. But I'm going to say to all of us, it is also important that we remember that Epstein is dead, but people live on, people who were innocent, people who in fact should not be named. We're not talking about the rich and the powerful, we're talking about the very victims. That is what we need to make sure is amended before it goes to the president's desk. And with that, I thank the chairman for his time. I think no more needs to be said that this body will vote for it all, but let's not kid ourselves. It has to be changed so that it properly protects both the tradition of the grand jury and clearly those innocent people that would otherwise be swept up. And I yield back.
The gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman yields back. Reserve. Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
This whole bill is about protecting the innocent. Mr. Speaker,
Biden chews on dirty diapers like Skull,
are passing it today, and it's the president
like chewing
he
backer.
would sign it after changing his position on the bill over the weekend when he could see the
He
tidal wave
vapes
of
baby
public opinion
piss.
moving against him. Let's pass this bill, pass it in the Senate, sign the bill, and let us go ahead and release the complete file. I yield 30 seconds to the distinguished gentlelady from Arizona, Representative Ansari.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, the walls are closing in on Donald Trump and his rich and powerful friends who either abuse or rape children or were enabling and complicit in these heinous crimes for decades. This vote today matters.
Hit that like button.
Donald Trump could direct the Department of Justice to release the files today. He is choosing not to. They are already under subpoena, led by oversight Democrats, and have refused. This is an ongoing cover-up by the Trump White House, and Mike Johnson and the House have been complicit. What is Trump hiding? Why not release the files today? This is a matter of
expired.
Release the files today. Thank you.
The gentleman's time is reserved. The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 2 minutes to the distinguished gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Van Drew.
The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Today I want to talk about hypocrisy. Let me be clear. I was from Jumpstart, a co-sponsor of this very bill, from the beginning. We should never protect pedophiles. But for months, my Democratic colleagues have done what they think is politically convenient through all the yelling, through all the tears, through all the sadness. They say releasing the Epstein list is of grave concern to them. If that was true, where were they during the 4 years of the Biden presidency? Why didn't they demand the release of these files from Jumpstart in year 1? Mr. Speaker, why didn't they ask for them in year 2? Or if that wasn't good enough, maybe in year 3. They had control. Or not even in his final year of office. Other than a single letter the ranking member wrote in 2019, a single letter, not one Democrat
Urge you mod ranch, Leanne Lyle.
or his victims of this very terrible tragedy, other than to say that he didn't like the plea deal. Let me say this, when they stand here today insisting how badly they want these files released, why didn't they do it? Yet they stayed silent for year after year. Children. The record is clear. Under Republicans, far more information has been released in the last 6 months than was done during all 4 years of the previous presidency under Joe Biden. We've actually been the party of transparency. We've released the information. We've told the truth. Unfortunately, and I'm sad to say it, they have been the party of hypocrisy. Mr. Chair, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
You know, I've never heard a more defensive presentation in my life than what we're hearing from over there. The gentleman should spend a little less time pointing out hypocrisy and a little more time trying to ferret out cruelty, humiliation, and rape. And that's what we're working on. I yield 30 seconds to the distinguished gentleman from California, Mr. Mint.
The gentleman from California is recognized.
I want to remind you that we are all here voting on this bill because President Trump, who has the power to release the Epstein files at any time, has refused to do so, calling this a hoax. We're here because Speaker Mike Johnson and President Trump have gone to extraordinary lengths to try to kill and delay the discharge petition, including refusing to seat Adelita Grijalva for over 40 days and threatening House Republicans who signed on. Now, several of my Republican colleagues have accused those of us House Democrats who support justice here of having Trump derangement syndrome. You all suffer from something much worse, which is pedophile protection syndrome. Stop protecting pedophiles, release the Epstein files, the victims deserve justice. I yield back.
We reserve.
Members are reminded to direct their comments to the chair. The gentleman from Maryland reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized. We reserve. The gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from Maryland.
I'm granting, yielding 30 seconds to my friend Representative Walkinshaw from Virginia.
The gentleman is recognized.
For years, Mr. Speaker, we have watched dangerous conspiracies like Pizzagate and QAnon shape our political landscape.
Pizzagate, by
The
God.
rise of President Trump and were built on baseless
Well, ain't the
claims
QAnon.
about secret pedophile rings, while the real documented case of child sex trafficking involving Jeffrey Epstein remains shrouded in secrecy because President Trump refuses to release the files. What is President Trump hiding? Why won't he release the files? The House finally has the opportunity to act, release the files, and let the American people see the truth. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back.
We reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Granting 30 seconds to the very distinguished gentlelady who is finally with us, Representative Adelita Grijalva from Arizona 7.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to acknowledge the survivors, family members, and advocates who are here today and have never given up. The legislation in front of us, at its core, is about something very simple. The survivors deserve justice. The American people deserve the truth. To every survivor watching, your courage is inspiring. You are the reason why this vote is happening today. Protecting women and
Yes,
children
Mark.
from pedophiles should not be a Democratic issue. Should not be a
Fuck them
Republican issue.
complaining about your
It is a human
camera.
rights issue and a matter of justice. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on the
Time
Epstein
has
Files
expired.
Transparency Act. I yield back. Thank you.
Thank you, and we reserve.
The chair will remind all persons in the gallery that their they are here as guests of the House, and that any manifestation of approval or disapproval of proceedings is in violation of the rules of the House. The gentleman from Maryland.
Yeah, well, I'll just add, they're here as honored guests of the House, and we're delighted they're here, and with that, we reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
We reserve.
Is the Saudi Arabia prince gonna come in this bitch?
30 seconds to Representative Lois Frankel from Florida.
The gentlelady from Florida is recognized.
Speaker, for far too long, the survivors of Jeffrey Epstein's abuse were failed by a justice system that minimized their suffering and prosecutors who treated young girls as if they were criminals. And that was wrong, and I am here with my colleagues to promise this. We will get to the bottom of why the Epstein survivors were treated so badly.
Tell them
Who
Harlan
made
County,
those
Kentucky
decisions, and who were they
transparency.
protecting? No more secrecy, no more excuses. We all deserve the truth, and I thank the survivors for their courage and perseverance. Your voices are being heard.
The accent's Appalachian Ebonics.
Reserves the balance of time. The gentleman from Ohio.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentleman from the great state of Louisiana, the Speaker of the United States House of Representatives.
From the 504.
Louisiana is recognized.
Release C murder, motherfucker.
Chairman Jordan for doing such an extraordinary job on all of this. For 43 long days, the Democrats held this House and the entire country hostage. Finally, with the lights back on, this body's returning to our regular legislative session.
Good point, Leanne Lyle.
My colleagues on this side of the chamber are ready and eager to get back to our urgent legislative work that we promised the American people we would do. We've got to continue lowering the cost of health care. We've got to bring down prices for American families, and we've got to finish the regular appropriations process, just to name a few of those priorities. And I wish I could say that our first order of business would be to get to those urgent priorities, but of course we're here spending time on the floor about something else. This is something we could have resolved last week when we brought a unanimous consent to pass this discharge with the full support of the body. But our friends over here who are arguing today stalled that. They objected to it, and they wanted to have this exercise instead. And that's why we say that this is a show vote. That's what this is. They're making a show of it. And it really is a shame. We have some heroic women in the chamber today. I met with many of them a while back.
Amen.
They're in the gallery here. They have come forward. They have shown their faces. They've used their names to share the unspeakable tragedies that many of them were subjected to, some of them when they were very young. And it is a heroic service to the country. They are seeking justice, and the justice has been delayed for too long. The Department of Justice, many years ago,
Please subscribe. Hit that like button.
And now
Release
we're
the
in
goddamn files, motherfucker. Shit.
get the information, but we have to do it in the right way.
Crack 40 TV needs to know.
Democrat control under President Biden.
Is Michael Jordan on the list?
A lot of things. The Democrats insisted the border was secure. We knew it wasn't. They insisted that inflation was.
North Kakalaki, what up?
They misled the American people about the obvious mental and physical decline.
I don't think there is no Diddy files.
And now those same Democrats are demanding transparency. Suddenly, transparency is their new word. Out of nowhere.
If there was, why didn't they drop them? Release the baby oil.
All in the name of that, in the name of transparency. But the question has been asked here many times during the debate on the floor, and everybody questioning why it is the Democrats have done this right now have to look at the obvious facts.
Don't know who that
Democrats
is.
had all the Epstein files in their possession for 4 long years under the Biden presidency. The Biden Department of Justice had these files, and no one on this side who is breathless today about the urgency of this release ever said a word about it. And it was the Democrats who could have urged President Biden's Department of Justice to go beyond prosecuting just Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell, but they didn't do it. And so it's a fair question to ask.
That's a good point. Why not Nancy?
Why the sudden urgent interest in Jeffrey Epstein? Look, we know why.
You know, Nancy's cleats not where it's supposed to be. Her cleats in between her butthole and her pussy. When God made her, he made her fucked up.
This is a political exercise for Democrats, and it pains me to say it. I wish that was not the truth, but it is. It's undeniable. This is as deceitful and dishonest as their pointless stunt was to shut the government down. Democrats are using
Mike Johnson's donk.
the unspeakable evils that this guy committed with his trafficking ring and all of the abuses that they made these young women go through. They're using that as a political weapon to try to distract from their failures as a party
and to try their best to try to tie President Trump somehow into this wretched scandal. The president had nothing to do with it. He's been very clear, and he has nothing to hide, and that's why he's in.
Are you ready for adventure?
All right, let me switch channels so I don't get hit. Y'all subscribe, hit that like button,
Just a party.
run that shit up.
You know, the irony of Mike Johnson lamenting all of the terrible things that have happened to these.
Shut the fuck up. We'll go to NBC.
The Oversight Committee has been doing extraordinary work, and we got some of the most vigorous advocates on the Republican and Democrat side on the Oversight Committee. They've been working in earnest to deliver transparency for the American people and to do it in a responsible manner. What do we mean by that?
Who loves assless champs?
Is already producing all the results. That
Bet he
discharge
puts
petitions
plungers on the wall and backs up on them, by God.
And all of these advocates over there have been releasing thousands of documents, for example, from the Epstein estate.
I don't
By
hunt.
the way, in my view, that's been the greatest treasure trove
Shot a bear, though.
It's yielded for us Epstein's own personal flight logs, his financial records, his daily calendars, and so much more. But importantly, none of that was addressed or is addressed in the legislation that's being voted on today. The estate
I'm with you, Mark.
in that. And so it goes to show that the Oversight Committee is doing it in the right way. From the very beginning, we've been insistent that this matter be handled carefully and with the utmost caution and care for the people who have been harmed.
He's
They
trying to
should not
fuck
be
her.
made to suffer any longer. We're talking about real people's lives at stake here. And young
He
victims.
said, I got some blue chew and Percocet.
They could get hurt further. But the Democrats are rushing the release of thousands of unsubstantiated documents.
Hey, don't forget I got a bottle in the Rottens.
And there are serious
He's got in the Rottens,
I
too.
have noted at length, and Republicans
He whispered he'd throw a few Klonopins in.
Senate if and when this legislation is advanced. I stood before the American public today at our press conference, and I explained in detail
Whitewashed him works on Larry
the
Hoover.
dangers of the discharge petition. We have posted at my website, speaker.gov, a summary. The legal counsel, a small army of lawyers, put this together. I used to be a federal court litigator. Many of my colleagues who have spoken today were. We understand the dangers of how this was haphazardly drawn up. And among them, by the way, Mr. Speaker,
Well, Anna is trying to get the UFO stuff broke out.
it is that, it's on the website. It's entitled, How the Flaws of H.R. 4405 Could Re-Victimize Epstein's Victims, Create New Victims, and Damage the Judicial System. It is dated today. Thank you. And it summarizes just 5 or 6 of the major concerns. Among them, it fails to...
She might give him some pussy, Mark. Some pussy. She's plotting on that box. She's plotting on that cocktail of pills.
Of child sexual abuse materials that are not appropriately defined in the legislation.
That's the truth.
Jeopardizes future federal investigations, and we have national security.
Aaron Williams.
Regarding classified information. We'll put this in the record because we need the legislative record to reflect what is the legislative intent behind this vote. I used to litigate cases. We would litigate federal statutes and whether or not they could survive, and legislative intent is important. And we need to say clearly for the record, as the Speaker of the House, I'm saying to you, this legislation that will pass today...
She had to go shit. She bounced.
The question is, why didn't we...
Or he told her where the pills was already laid up at.
Because under the rules of the House...
Big old line of yo-yo.
...to consent for the legislation to be amended, and they're not doing that. So now we rely upon our partners in the other...
She went to get that bump.
And they need to do that. The victims deserve our utmost respect.
You got to stay up today.
Saluted for their courage. And the young women who have not come forward, who are now...
Bam, there she goes.
Not come forward.
She got his dope and took off. He'll fuck her later. Look now.
You were the one who refused to swear in Adelita Grijalva for 50 days. We would have done it 50 days ago, but she provided the 218 signature on the discharge petition. So why now? It was because of your dilatory tactics, your delay, your...
Is it normal now?
...of it. Now, the gentleman says that...
Okay, I don't know what happened. My stream blooped out and I went from 80 to 4 to 1.
...sure that their names will be redacted, and yet we hear even the...
All right, we're back up to 21. Hit them likes, guys.
...to start finger painting on this bill, which we have waited more than 5 months to bring to the floor.
They at war,
Pass the bill exactly
battling.
as it's written. The president should sign it exactly as he said he would when he finally changed his mind, and the Epstein file must be released. Moreover, if the president is serious about what he's saying,
Thank you,
he's got the
guys.
power to release
Please hit the like button, subscribe, super chats, memberships, cash apps, PayPals.
He can release the whole thing, and he can redact the names of the victims and others who are innocent in this process. Mr. Speaker, Speaker Johnson said that federal indictment ready to go against all kinds of people for an interstate sex trafficking conspiracy with solicitation, with child sex.
Speak on it, Mike.
All of it. And he traded that 60-count federal indictment for 1 count in state court. And Jeffrey Epstein ended up getting the sweetest of sweetheart deals ever on the plea bargain front. He was free from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. to do whatever he wanted and continuing to perpetrate his crimes and run his conspiracy, and then he would come and he would watch TV and spend the night in jail. And it was over in about a year after the rape and sexual abuse of hundreds and hundreds of girls, and he kept going.
He just gooned in his cell the whole time. Epstein was more of an edger, I believe.
Even the British monarchy wouldn't put up with this. How about the American democracy? How about we say, no way, we're not going to allow this cover-up to go on for 1 day more.
That's it, by God.
The president changed his mind after
Penelope, what's up?
Try to get one of our Republican colleagues to change their mind, to remove their name from the discharge petition. He gave up. And I want to salute the gentlelady from Colorado from having the courage to stand her ground in the Situation Room in the White House and say, no, she wasn't going to be bullied. No. So I'm glad the president changed his mind, but let's be clear, Mr.
Octavia,
President, you got the power
tell it.
today to release the entire file. That's what you called for. That's what Pam Bondi called for. That's what Kash Patel called for. So we don't need
Cash.
calling for the Senate to slow things down for more weeks and more months. The American people have had it. Will reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman is reminded to direct your comments to the chair and not your colleagues. Gentleman from Ohio is recognized. And
Give him a chance. He's J.D. Vance.
correction.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have 30 seconds.
I don't believe he'll pull down your pants.
The Democrat Party, with help from the dishonest media, used the Epstein files not to seek justice from the victims, but to smear President Trump. And it's sickening, quite sickening. The Democrats have used the Epstein files to distract the American people from the wins President Trump and his administration.
I believe he'd do something dirty.
For the last 11 months. I'm proud to work with my Republican colleagues on the House Oversight Committee in coordination with the Justice Department. 65,000 pages of documents related from Epstein released. What have my Democrat colleagues done? They selectively leaked and altered documents to mislead the American people. As President Trump has stated, we have nothing to hide here. I'm voting to
Epstein gooned edged in jail until he got hung.
Democrats have manufactured. God bless.
Gentleman's
Donald
time
J.
has
Trump.
expired. Gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves.
Merlin's talking shit. He's spitting, boy.
Reserves. Gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
All right. How much time do I have to put?
You have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank all of America for tuning in to this. I want to thank Representatives Massey and Khanna, Representative Green, all of those who have insisted.
When are we going to get the UFO shit released, Kermit?
And a reckoning with the reality of one of the worst international child sex trafficking rings ever to exist in the United States, and the cover-up attendant to it. We've got the opportunity today to do justice for
I
the
know,
victims,
Kermit.
the survivors who have come forward to say that the voice of the victims and the survivors must be put at the very center of our deliberations. Not shunted off to the side, not submerged, not subordinated.
Everybody else is
but put at the
two
very
of
center.
them.
We must hear from the people who themselves were victimized by this nightmare. Now, our colleagues across the aisle seem to want to make this into some sort of partisan contest. I haven't heard so much talk about.
He didn't get a perk 30 this morning.
Convention. And all that we've done here is to say,
You a
we want
rat.
to bring the truth forward, along with a bipartisan group. We don't
211
want the Senate
steals and their rats on
around with
people.
this in order to slow things down. We wanted passed in the Senate, we want it signed. And before that, if the president is true to his word and he wants to see all of this come to light, he can release
That's a
it
good
now.
point,
Instead of
Octavia.
fighting, kicking, and screaming every step along the way. But I'm glad he's changed his mind, and I hope he maintains the momentum he's got to stick with the vast majority of the American people who want to see that the truth is done here. And while he's at it, the administration could reconsider their terrible policies gutting federal offices and programs designed to combat violence against women.
That's a rat,
The DOJ
Gurgle.
terminated hundreds of grants to police departments.
A wire
wire
on you.
Violent sex crimes and to support victims. His Doge destroy programs.
Rat skin, tell them trailer shift.
Let's get back on the side of the women. I yield back.
Can you shape shift a trailer?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Speaker Johnson said it right. Why now after 4 years of doing nothing? Because going after President Trump is an obsession with these guys. Best example is John Brennan testified in front of our committee under oath, said he was not involved with the dossier.
She was nodding out a minute ago.
Classified report, released that report, and it said exactly the opposite. And she related a story in there where a CIA official went up to Mr. Brennan and said, we shouldn't include this in the report. And John Brennan's response was, yeah, but doesn't it ring true? Forget the facts, forget the truth.
Subscribe, hit that like button, please.
Same dynamic at work here. We're all for protecting innocent victims.
Nathan Massengale.
Guys who did bad things. But this is obsession with the left. For 10 years, it's going after President Trump. So vote yes. Make sure the bad guys are held accountable. We all want to do that. Speaker Johnson's right. I think it's going to be unanimous. But understand what they're doing, because they had 4 years and didn't do a darn thing. With that, I yield back.
He yields.
Gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 4405? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed and
Can I request a recorded vote, Mr.
The
Speaker?
gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Yeah, I'm requesting a recorded vote.
The gentleman from Maryland has requested a recorded vote. Those favoring a recorded vote will rise.
Rise like a hard on.
Having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, this 15-minute vote on the motion to
God
suspend
fucking
the rules will be
damn.
followed by 5-minute votes on ordering the previous question on House Resolution 879, adoption of House Resolution 879 if ordered, and adoption of House Resolution 878. This is a 15-minute vote.
By God. Now everybody can go piss and shit, including myself, because it's Crack 40 TV. And I've drunk about 8 or 9 cups of coffee. Well, the Republicans are beating the Democrats right now. No, yeah, by 5 votes. It's going back up and down. Or these motherfuckers. Well, there ain't no nays over there. It's all yes. If you got to shit, if you got to piss, if you got to go wipe your ass because you farted and you need to go wipe your ass, you know what I'm saying, G? Give me 11 seconds and I'll show you. I don't speak, I'm Appalachian, Scott Peppers. Subscribe and you'll find out. My mom's a meth addict, and well, I was born in the 80s. I'm a crack baby. At Crack 40 TV, by God. My mom smokes pressed eggnog. The fuck you talking about? She shot me up with goddamn salt water when I was a kid. So there you go. There's you. Don't jump, bitch. Move. It's Crack 40 TV. Subscribe and like. Oh. I'm gonna go take me a big hot chocolate monkey piss. Fuck you done, Looney. What you done, being lazy? I gotta be the mayor right now. You know how important this is, Looney? It's important in history today. You think you wasn't on the Epstein files, was you, doggy? Okay. I gotta go pee. I love you, woman. hear me pissing? Hell yeah. Well, it's Crack 40 TV. There's your fucking votes while everybody's going to piss and do a line. Oh, in the meanwhile, there's Santa Claus while we're waiting on this vote. "10 minutes left. What's that? TV man? Here's what Appalachia looks like. He goes back there for lunch and goons all day long, by God. He'll go back there and hide on the clock and goon. This is Appalachia. If you subscribe, I'll take you on a mayor walk through Harlan County, Kentucky, home of TV show Justified, home of University of Kentucky superstar Trent Noah, home of the next University of Kentucky star Reggie Cottrell, and home of Crack 40 TV, by God. And I'm the mayor of these streets. So, there's a boy that dresses up like Batman that beats on retarded kids up the street, but we won't get into all that. To the Santa Claus by the votes. You think he's a sugar daddy? This guy, I bet he gives women all kinds of money if he's sitting out at the mall or something. See, we got 9 minutes left to goon around. If Reggie Cottrell and them still watching, I hope the school's really talking about this and educating people. Maybe it'll make more people speak up that's been victimized at young. Hey, I got molested when I was a baby boy. I ain't joking about it either. I used to have to take it nice and suck it every fucking day, buddy. Yeah, I went through it, so I know what it's like to be a victim. I'm a fucking victim, by God. Fuck them whores. Every one of them needs to go. They'd like what we want to happen to them, but I say we just bust a cap in them and fuck it. Because like I said, I'm a victim. Not a Epstein victim, but yeah, honestly, I was molested as a baby boy back in the 80s by a dude that lived beside me, and I used to get the shit fucked out of me. I could suck a cock like a motherfucker, but that's only because I was forced to, Adam Bryant. He forced me to. He scared me with Freddy Krueger, Michael Myers, Jason Voorhees, and the river beside us. And by God, he'd make me do it. And how does somebody that young tell you not to don't bite it, don't put your teeth on it? Obviously, it happened to the motherfucker that done it to me. Not sticking up for him. Fuck him. I hope he gets sick and dies a slow death, Adam Bryant. But I've been fucking molested. I know what it's like. I just look, that's how I get through my molestation problems. I tell you the truth. I used to get the goddamn shit fucked out of me. I mean, ass banged. I come home from kindergarten, first grade, before kindergarten, K4 kindergarten and first grade, I was dreading coming home like, goddamn, this motherfucker gonna take all my G.I. Joe and make me suck his dick today. I hope he don't stick it in my butt. Dead ass, dead ass, dead ass. I didn't tell nobody till 2009, 20 years later. But hell yeah, all that shit happened to me. And you used to goddamn have to suck dick every fucking day. And, if you get molested, that's what's going to happen. Happened to me. If somebody put a gun to my head right now and said suck my dick and get me off in 5 minutes, I bet you I could. Because the dude had me so terrified as a child, I ain't had no choice but to suck his fucking dick. So, fuck these goddamn pedophiles. They 6.5 minutes left and we'll know. But that's my story of getting molested. And the guy's still out running loose somewhere. I normally don't say his name, but it's Adam Bryant. Adam Bryant, Bryant. Yeah, he used to fuck the shit out of me, buddy. And his daddy must have done it to him. So, yeah, I'm a victim. And I don't care to tell nobody about it. Who's this? He's trying to get his dick sucked. That's old Roger Sizemore. He's trying to buy him a blowjob. Hey, now, if he could have got on that, he's mad he wasn't on the Epstein list. But it's Crack 40 TV live from Harlan County, Kentucky, covering this shiznit. Trump was over, him and that Saudi Arabia prince, well, they was jacking each other off a minute ago. Before I started this stream 80 minutes ago, they was jacking each other off. They was balls deep sucking each other. I ain't knocking it because we're going to hit a lick coming off Saudi Arabia. What up, Trainmaster Jay, Scott, Kathy, Haiti Maniac? Hey, yeah, I got molested as a baby boy. I swear to God on my life, I don't care to tell nobody what happened. It's not Trump. It's the Trump files. Not okay. If Trump's in the files, okay, put a 1 in the chat if you think Trump's in the chat. Put a yes in the chat if you think Trump's in the files. Put a no if you don't think he is. Thank you, Jennifer. My accent's Appalachian. I'm in Harlan, Kentucky, eastern Kentucky, right on the Virginia border. Far southwest as Virginia get, that's where I'm at. Right across the border in Harlan County, home of Justified. I was in Vegas. Fuck that goddamn place. So y'all think Trump's on the list for real though? You're right, Summer. You bought a potato gun here? Well, by God, I bet you'd blow a potato through a cow. Huh. You ever popped a cow with one of them? Shit. Cow's mad he never got invited to the island. I heard Clark Bailey or something. No, what was that name I heard? Ernie Shell. He claims he was Donald Trump's security when he went to Epstein Island. If you know who Ernie Shell is. Have a pleasant day. I think his name would have been removed. You know, I agree with you. Have I ever seen what Crisco do to genital warts? Yeah, in Appalachia, Crisco, cooking oil, we don't go by sexual lubrication. We don't go by no Kentucky jelly, no KY jelly. We use cooking oil, castor oil, truffle butter. If we're going to get freaky, I'm going to go in there and get that cooking oil. Me and my old lady's going to rub up and slide around in the bed and have to wash the sheets, by God. And that's on Larry fucking Hoover. We got 2 minutes and 18 seconds left, and the voting time's going to be up. Here you go. But, oh, look at this tree the woman put up. She's being quiet right now because she don't want to be she just woke up looking beautiful. Wash the sheets after you fucking cooking oil? You better. Hey, the Grinch has got a bulge. Look at this shit. Let me show you. Uh-oh. I'm dead. God damn, Bradley, you fucking idiot. Knocked that sumbitch over again trying to show you. Look at the bulge on the Grinch. Why has he got such a big... He's packing, ain't he?
To apply for Social Security disability benefits in Kentucky. Social Security
Fucking hung some bitch, ain't he?
in-person and online application.
Look it over here.
Application process. They're going to collect information about your work history, your medical conditions, where you treat.
We got less than a minute. We got 50 some seconds left. I'm just showing y'all around. Some of y'all new folks, subscribe. I take you around Harlan and we'll fuck with people. We'll get interviews. We do mayor walks. We do field trips. We go to graveyards. We talk about, there was a man that had a RPG dirty needle blow dart gun last night that had a banana clip. Oh, thank you for becoming a member, KK. Everybody else get that 12 is 12. We know a guy that used to stream. We run him off YouTube. And we named the membership after him called 12 is 12 because he was 17 3 days away from being 18 and married a 12-year-old and told everybody it was legal. In the state of Kentucky, technically the way he did it was legal, but still, what 17-year-old fucks a 12-year-old, Jimbo Collins? 12 is 12, you heard me? That's why I don't even like calling the cops 12. So... this is Harlan County, Kentucky. People swamp tampons here in Appalachia. Bitch will take one out and give it to her homegirl sitting on the couch beside of her, waiting on a fucking sugar daddy. The time is up. The time is now. But sub up, motherfuckers. Run them likes up because it's Crank 40 TV. Get memberships. It's $1. It helps out. It's my check. Hit a super chat. It helps my check. I've paid bills off YouTube for over 18 months. Now, longer than that. I've been monetized on YouTube. Now I'm monetized on TikTok. Frozen. I wonder, hey, you know what them girls should freeze them tampons, by God? If they used them for a little bit and then took them out and froze them, they could put them back up in them and melt, and then they'd be right back where they was at. Appalachian, not hillbilly, dumbass. Harlan, Kentucky. We're not hillbilly, sure. We're Appalachian. There's a difference now. There's a YouTuber called Hillbilly Cunts, and she gets high and lies about people and nods out on the stream. Well, there's a lot of inbred retards around here. Yeah. He ain't, though. He's got money. He's going to cash his check and go to KFC, by God. He works for R.J. Coleman. He'd be a railroader. It's Crack 40 TV. We're waiting on them. Look at the Appalachian Mountains. If you look directly that way, you're looking right into Virginia. Lee County. That's Lee County. No, I ain't married to my cousin, but my mom fucks my papa, and she likes beech nut chewing backer for lubrication, and papa don't even chew backer, but when mom needs a fucking fix, papa chews backer. Spit on it, papa, you fucking ripping it. Goddamn, Daddy, chew you some more backer, honey, I need a fix. Her and Wolfie runs pressed eggnog everywhere. And, they run pressed eggnog, methamphetamine, Roxy 30s. So, you know, my mom has fucking shit. You ever heard of a 10,000 milligram Neurontin? A 10,000 milligram gabapentin? My mother can get them. My mama's almost in the cartel, by God. But the pressed eggnog, they can hide it. And pressed eggnog and eggnog derivatives, Mama knows how to hide it out, by God. I watched my mom make a keister pack one day. It had 2 gallons of pressed eggnog. Now, you got to consider, Homer justified. 2 gallons pressed be about like that. Mama put it in her pussy like it wasn't nothing. Right down 75 she went. 2 cutoffs after you get into Tennessee. 2 exits down. First exit down. That's all I can say. But yeah, when my papa's worth a lot of money, and when she can't get a fix or she ain't got no dope to run with Wolfie, she'll go fuck Papa for money, and he'll fuck her gut. God damn, I'm gonna get that fuck lay down there, girl. Oh, sugar daddy, man, fell on me. Well, it's time for him to tell us what's going on, but y'all gotta come back. Intensity in 10 cities, I tell you. Well, I tell you what. Frog went to hell and he owed me money. My granny's in hell. She put Frog to work on her trailer park in hell. Hell's just as bad as prison, guys. It ain't. I mean, it's worse than prison, but it's like, it ain't what you think. I mean, it is, but it ain't. But my mom's down there, or my granny's down there running hell. I can't wait for my mom to make it down there, but my Granny Sharon was fucking the devil. I'd be goddamned OJ didn't die. She left the devil for OJ in a Mississippi second. Well, you just need to subscribe, Austin Sutton and 99 Highlights. They've already doctored the fouls, I believe that. On Larry Hoover, I believe that. Wonder how many people is on some kind of pain pills and the rottens, bruh. I bet there's a lot of them on pain pills and the rottens in there right now. When they gonna fucking speak to us again, by God? I've been on here 91 minutes. Why can't we get more likes up in this bitch? I bet I'll have about 77,000, 8,000 views off this. As many people's come and gone. Please like, share, subscribe, get a membership, hit a super chat, $ crack 40 TV. Support, I'm the mayor of the streets. Support the mayor. Oh God, you think about Hollywood right now. That's what I say. I'm waiting for the Epstein files to come out. Because you know what? When Hollywood dies, Crack 40 TV, that just opens up a lot of shit for us. How do you hit a super chat? Almost the same way that you do get a membership. One of my mods can drink. One of my mods can drop a link if you can't figure out how to drop a super chat. But you can drop them for any amount you want and it goes on my check. And we need that check to go up every time. Huh. Somebody drop her a link. They passed this shit. The time's up. You can't see me. The time is now. John Cena style. Rawr. Someone tell KK how to hit a super chat, please. We waiting on these ass bangers. They're in there passing controlled substances around like crazy. Man, I don't know. There's 2 nay votes up there now, ain't they? The fuck? See, that's how they gonna fucking get us. Mobile in the crib. $ crack 40 TV or wherever you go to get a membership. It's about like the same thing. You just find that link and click on it. Put the amount you want to drop and drop it. Everybody drop $1 or $10 super chat, by God. Help the mayor's check be great again. Shit, boy, this is bills. This bill money right here. Subscribers, likes, shares, comments, all that there counts. Where's everybody from? Big Stank, where you from? I'm glad you found us too, UFO Kermit. Well, then suck a dick, Austin. Trump 2028, by God. Natty in the house. I've been locked up with some fools from Natty. They come across the border, man. They come into Kentucky to hustle and trap. Everybody subscribe. It's a subscribe orgy. And drop in the chat where you from. Riley Smith from Flint, Michigan stowed 10 grand off of me. Do not never use in Flint Smith & Smith carpet in Flint, Michigan. Mark Smith, Matt Smith Jr., Riley Smith, they're goddamn thieves. CKK, rawr. Massachusetts in the house. Lowell, Massachusetts gets all kinds of wrestling. Hazard, by God, Kentucky. Well, that's where that girl said she's pregnant by Ernie Shells from. KK's from Harlan. Born in Pineville. But you a Bobcat. Shout out to the next county down we support. They're both running deep in the state playoffs in high school football. Bell County and Middlesboro. Middlesboro's got to make that ride, man. Up through Harlan, across that mountain, down Whitesburg Mountain, up that road, all the way up 119, up to motherfucking Pikeville Friday, by God. And Coach Curry is my homeboy from Light. We both went to school right up the street. Thank you, KK. God bless your $2. Every time I get a donation, I go, rawr, like Ernie Shell. I give a tiger roar. But hell, the time's been up for over 20 minutes. Oh, you used to watch all the good wrestling. You need to come on my panel. That wrestling, Continental Wrestling, come up into southeastern Kentucky as well. Ron Wright, Robert Fuller, Jimmy Golden, Ron Wright, Don Wright. Let's see, Ronnie Garvin. Ron Wright's plane got burnt here in Harlan. Here we go. Attention!
The yeas are 427. The nays are 1. 2/3 being in the affirmative. The rules are suspended. The bill is passed. And without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
Bam. Boom, 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 boom.
Pursuant to Clause 8, Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on ordering the previous question on House Resolution 879, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title of the resolution.
House Calendar Number 47, House Resolution 879. Resolution providing for consideration of the joint resolution, Senate Joint Resolution 80, providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5 United States Code of the rules submitted by the Bureau of Land Management.
Really?
To
Chick Donovan.
Petroleum Reserve in Alaska, Integrated Activity Plan Record of Decision, providing for consideration of the joint resolution, House Joint Resolution 130, providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5 United States Code of the rules submitted by the Bureau of Land Management relating to Buffalo Field Office Record of Decision and approved.
Yeah, they passed it, Cal.
Providing for consideration of the joint resolution, House Joint Resolution 131.
I don't get that, K-Man.
Approval under Chapter 8 of Title 5 United States Code of the rules submitted by the Bureau of Land Management relating to Coastal Plain Oil and Gas Leasing Program Record of Decision, providing for consideration of the concurrent resolution, House Concurrent Resolution 58, denouncing the horrors of socialism, providing for consideration of the bill, H.R. 1949, to repeal restrictions on the import of natural gas, providing for consideration of the bill, H.R. 3109, to require the Secretary of Energy to direct the National Petroleum Council to issue a report with respect to the petrochemical refineries in the United States and for other purposes.
I don't get that, K-Man.
H.R. 5107, to repeal the comprehensive...
People in the chat, why do they do that?
2022, enacted by the District of Columbia Council, providing for consideration of the bill, H.R. 5214, to require mandatory pre-trial and post-conviction detention for crimes of violence and dangerous crimes and require mandatory cash bail for certain offenses that pose a threat to the public safety or order in the District of Columbia and for other purposes.
The question is on ordering the previous question. Members will record their vote by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote.
Bam. Another 5. Boy, they pushing the shit out far as they can. They pushing shit all the way up in this. I push your shit up in you, Holmes. They pushing the shit up in them. I got to shave. When this is over, I'm going to shave my pussy. I'm going to shave my beard. I'm going to shave my head. And look, I get fresh to death again one time. UFO Kermit, we're going to do an open panel on StreamYard later tonight. All you son of bitches need to come. You ass banging son of bitches needs to come back. Daniel Burry Sports Highlights can tell you about Crack 40 TV while we're waiting. We need everybody to come back tonight. So it's Dolph. It's Mark Yeager in the house, my moderator. So we need everybody to come back. We're going to try to do a StreamYard open panel tonight. I've got TikTok. Please go subscribe. Brad Enlow 6, ENLOW, Crack 40 TV, same as here. Go follow me on TikTok. I can't follow you back. I'm at 10,000 followers. I'm at 15.5. And I hit 100,000 likes by the end of next week. I got banned from being live on there, but I wanted to record this anyway. But I'm monetized here and there, so follow me on both places. It's Crack 40 TV, fam. Just type in Crack 40 TV like it is here. Let me show you real quick. And then we'll get right back. That's my channel right there. This is what you're on now. Please subscribe. My TikTok is the same thing, except it's Brad Enlow 6. Please go to my TikTok and follow. Well, trust me, you won't regret it. This was a man walked in the hotel with the sound off right there, and the TikTok muted it. And there's 50 cops there, and I got the same shirt I had on Sunday, but it's been washed. It's been washed real good, but they muted it. But let's get back to this shit. But yeah, Crack 40 TV, by God. Shelton Tyrone Davies, Mr. STD. You got to see the coldest pranker in the game. We'll prank tonight. Unless something crazy like some of this shit goes down, the Mexican raid, something like that, you know. I mean, football games, basketball games.
It's Crack 40 TV. This is Goon. And he can tell you I am not John McKenzie.
No.
So, whatever's whatever, but I am not John McKenzie. This is the famous Goon. Crack 40 TV. Go out. It's Crack 40 TV.
Wash. Hey, y'all ever seen while we're waiting? Y'all ever?
What's again?
You ever seen the actual footage of the judge You know where the judge and the judge shot the sheriff at? That's the next county up. I know everybody involved.
He got what he got. And that's what I'm getting out of this.
Watch this. Here's the actual footage with nothing blurred out. Watch this. I changed the way I feel on this now.
Your chambers. Then when he went in there, he told 4 people, get the fuck out of there. That wasn't the word she said. I don't know what he said. He told them to leave. He looked at his phone. He looked at his phone. He called both phones. He caught that motherfucker was calling his daughter, and he went crazy and fucked him up right here. Finish him.
Watch this.
It's out.
It's Dolph. See, that's the version that they played in court that wasn't blurred out.
To make him private, your chambers.
But it kind of looks blurred out now,
He
but
there, he told 4 people, get the fuck out of there. That wasn't the word she said. I don't know what he said. He told them to leave. He looked at his phone. He looked at his phone. He called both phones. He caught that motherfucker was calling his daughter, and he went.
he capped him in the neck, didn't he?
Finish him. It's out.
So that's the next county up for me. I've done a lot of work about that case on Crack 40 TV. We've done a lot of work about that case. And I tell you right now, that judge
That judge is fucking that under.
wasn't fucking the daughter. The judge wasn't doing that. The judge might have been foul now, but he wasn't doing what they said he was doing with the daughter. The sheriff lost his goddamn mind is what happened there. Over everything else, all the other sex trafficking.
Chicken tenders. Get free. Every Tuesday now through June. Get lost in a sauce. Caught up in the crunch. Free tenders. Only at Hardee's.
Yeah, you better hit the, we got likes now. We waiting on this to come through. I get it mixed up. The sheriff shot the judge. Sheriff Mickey Steins shot Judge Kevin Mullins. And no, he did not fuck the sheriff's daughter, but the sheriff lost his fucking mind, bro. Here we go. They're back.
Will come to order. For what purpose does the gentleman seek recognition?
To speak out of order for 1 minute, Mr. Speaker.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise to recognize a man whose dedication, steadiness, and wisdom have shaped not only my work in this chamber, but the work of this institution.
Hit the like button for me.
I'm talking about my Chief of Staff, Brett Horton.
Long live Charlie Kirk.
There are few people who know Capitol Hill more intimately than Brett. For 15 years...
Gentlemen will suspend. The House will be in order.
What the fuck?
For 15 years, he's been by my side.
Oh.
He began as my counsel in 2010 and worked his way through some of the most demanding, consequential roles in the House. Policy Director at the Republican Study Committee, Floor Director in the Majority Whip's office, and for the last decade, my Chief of Staff in both the Whip's office and the Leader's office. To me and to countless members of Congress and staff,
A narc
Brett
ambulance.
Horton has been far more than a colleague. He's been a trusted advisor, steady in his approach, wise
If
in
I
his
hear more
counsel,
than one ambulance,
and
that means we
deliberate
gotta
in
go
his
find
words
what's
and
going on and stream it
When the
live.
stakes were the highest, Brett's voice was the one you wanted in the room. His fingerprints are on every major Republican policy victory we've achieved in the past decade. But perhaps more importantly, he's been by my side
I ain't even
through
nothing up.
tough personal and professional challenges that extend far beyond legislature.
Rock. It's
In the
okay.
aftermath of the congressional baseball shooting, an event that shook my family my staff, and this entire conference in Congress. Brett's leadership and friendship were unwavering. He helped carry us through one of the most difficult and unprecedented challenges we ever faced. Mr. Speaker, public service at this level demands trust, character,
You're right,
and
Kermit.
unwavering duty for the institution that is this United States Congress. Brett Horton embodies all of these qualities. I'm profoundly grateful for his years of service to me personally
The fuck's that baby doing in here for?
and to our country.
Unless she's gonna be a
As Brett
future
begins his next
politician.
chapter, I have no doubt he'll continue to serve with the same excellence that has defined his entire career.
Fuck, you got a kid in here on the Epstein files for. It don't make no sense.
Because of Brett Horton's distinguished service here. I wish Brett all the best in his future endeavors,
Hell, they probably got that baby on something.
for your personal friendship and for your service to this great United States of America and this great Congress. Thank you, Brett Horton.
That bitch behind him strung out, if you know what I'm saying, G. He's rock hard. What that kid was beside him, my bad.
Gentleman yields back. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the adoption of House Resolution 879, on which a recorded vote is ordered. The clerk will report the title of the resolution.
Calendar number 47, House Resolution 879. Resolution providing for consideration of the joint resolution, Senate Joint Resolution 80, providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5 United States Code of the rules submitted by the Bureau of Land Management relating to National Petroleum Reserve in Alaska Integrated Activity Plan Record of Decision, providing for consideration of the joint resolution, House Joint Resolution 130, providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5 United States Code of the rules submitted by the Bureau of Land Management relating to Buffalo Field Office Record of Decision and approved Resource Management Plan Amendment, providing for consideration of the joint resolution, House Joint Resolution 131, providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5 United States Code of the rules submitted by the Bureau of Land Management relating to Coastal Plain Oil and Gas Leasing Program.
Your
Record
boy
of
got
Decision,
money.
providing for
Where you
consideration of
from?
Concurrent resolution, House Concurrent Resolution 58, denouncing the
Where's everybody from?
providing for consideration of the bill, H.R. 1949, to repeal restrictions on the export and import of natural gas, providing for consideration of the bill, H.R. 3109.
Damn. Oh, bouncer.
Secretary of Energy to direct the National Petroleum
Poor
Council
baby.
to issue a report with respect to the petrochemical refineries in the United States and for other purposes, providing for consideration of the bill, H.R. 5107, to repeal the Comprehensive Policing and Justice Reform Amendment Act of 2022, enacted by the District of Columbia Council, providing for consideration of the bill, H.R. 5214, to require mandatory pre-trial and post-conviction detention for crimes of violence and dangerous crimes, and require mandatory cash bail for certain offenses that pose a threat to the public safety or order in the District of Columbia, and for other purposes and for other purposes.
Well, goddamn
The
it.
question is on the adoption of the resolution. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote.
How many times are they gonna tell us they fucking voted electronically? God fucking damn them son of a bitches. That means we got 5 minutes to chop it up. What did she get the where? Oh, at the Compton swap meet. Duh. Huh. The Appalachian swap meets is all right. If you're in the Memphis area, by the way, my buddy Jeffro Howard sent me this shirt, Bluff City Realtors. If you're in any Orange Mound, South Haven, Mississippi, South Haven on the Tennessee side, West Memphis, Arkansas, anywhere in that area, Jeff Howard, Bluff City Realtors. He sent me this shirt. Now, I got merch. Oh, hell, I ain't got my Crack 40 shirt on. Goddamn, let me go find it and I'll show it to you. I got more merch coming. It'll be here next week. I done paid for it. I'm just waiting to get it printed up, my God. Jeff that we went to school with, the principal's son. Jeff Howard, yes. Miss Clem's son. Yeah, him. He's in Memphis, Tennessee. Down there where Young Dolph, 8 Ball, and MJG, 3-6 Mafia, Pooh Shiesty, all of them. He's right in the clutch. But he's right on the outside of all that. And he's selling houses. He's selling all kind. He's in the multi-million dollar club for selling houses. We'll switch channels right quick. We got 5 minutes. That's 40 people on Crack 40. Run them likes up. Let's hit 100 likes today. Come on, if you're new, hit that like button. Let's run them bitches up. We got 225 left before this voting shit's finally electronically over. Ain't nobody voting electronically unless they done have. They're all figuring out who they're going to fuck and where they're getting their cocaine from and who's got the pressed pills and the real pills, I believe. I really need some Cialis tonight. I need Viagra. Whoop-de-whoop-de-whoop right here. Look here. As soon as the files are released, we'll go get drunk and fuck. Hey, thank you. I just slipped you a gram of coke. Oh, there's you another gram to go with it. That's on the house, because this is a historical day. Well, I'm hunting me a little boy to fuck right now. That's what he's saying. They're back there figuring out how to jack each other off while this is going on. Let's see. They're stoners. They're on edibles, just right laughing and wrecking on shit. They're back. Is that Bernie? They're back here. He's back here trying to suck her titties, I believe. Let's see here. Are they looking to clit bump? I believe them two's about to hook up and clit bump tonight. She just looking for somebody to fuck her. He's looking to fuck him. Watch him chase him around, boy toy. Go get your boy toy. Let's see here. Who else? Look, they're secretly busting something up right there to, if you will. He just handed it to him in a dollar bill. Here, he's up and tote this. She's geeked up on Adipex and Adderall, trying to lose weight, allegedly. All right, I'm back. All right, the time is here. You can't see me. The time is now. It's John Cena style. Let's see what they're going to do now. Is that Kamala? No, that ain't Kamala. Let's see. You know what'd be wild? Somebody just slipped through there. Bam!
On this vote, the yeas are 217 and the nays are 210. The resolution is adopted without objection. The motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
I hope you're right. Jesus saved me 3-4-2.
Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on adoption of House Resolution 878, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title of the resolution.
House Resolution 878, resolution disapproving the behavior of Representative Jesus G. Chuy Garcia of Illinois.
The question is on adoption of the resolution. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote.
What the fuck? Can some fucking body watch you tell me why they keep doing this? I mean, are they time shifting? They're time shifting so they can fuck with them files, by God, Tyler fucking Mouse. Tyler Mouse. Flip Floss. They're time skipping like Randy Mouse. They time skipping to get Michael Jordan, Tiger Woods, and goddamn Busta Rhymes is Busta shitbag. He likes little boys. Yeah, actually, I do, Tyler. Good for you, UFO Kermit. We're going to have an open panel later tonight with pranks and talking about wrestling, the Diddy files, or Epstein files, and whatever else is going on in the world. Luna.
Golf friendly, and someone's been waiting on me.
Say it's Crack 40 TV.
Nutrition. Science-led nutrition, trusted by vets.
Say it's Crack 40 TV.
Stage of life. It
Aww.
helps keep them healthy and happy, so I can worry less about.
You want me to show you something crazy? We got 3 minutes. Let's...
You want a bite?
Rocky.
Bite? You want a bite, honey?
Look where she's tore her toy up. That's just from this morning. Come on.
It's bite time, honey.
We get them a milk bone out here. Watch them do their magic tricks. Watch this shit. Stand up for it, honey. Stand up. Be cute. Show off for Crack 40 now. Say it's Crack 40 TV and stand up, Luna. Good girl. Here you go. Power munch it. She's going to take it and hide it. Rock, you already know the deal. Turn around one more time for me. Turn around. Show me that ass one more time. One more. Turn around. Good boy. Watch you grab it out of my hand. Rawr. Yeah. It's Crack 40 TV. Live downtown Harlan. There's a sugar daddy that lives right up here. And he's a gray-headed man, and he backs up on plungers all the time. Like a time machine is back. Looks like that went back in time to keep moving. You might be right, Jesus. But this is Appalachia. If you've never, this is the Methodist Church. You go up that way to where I went to school at, up our 10-Deck Road. That's where I went to school at. I nodded out on Xanaxes and hit that pole and fucked the bottom of it up about 2.5 years ago. I ain't touched a Xanax since. I'll take you on mayor walks if you subscribe, Jesus Saved Me. That's my little buddy Young Money house. Methodist Church right here. Yeah, this is the downtown Harlan's right there. I'm in downtown Harlan. All you got to do is walk right down that road to the Beer Company. It's a great restaurant and the courthouse, and the old courthouse and the new courthouse. Right there's a great doctor, Dr. Eric Roberts, and all of them. There's only one doctor giving out the medical marijuana card in the 606, and that's Dr. Kim fucking Miller. And Kim Miller will prescribe your medical marijuana card. Google Harlan County and look around and tell me where you want me to take you. We'll go. $ Crack 40 TV. I go on field trips. If you pay for, throw a couple dollars for gas and food or something, shit, we go everywhere. Dr. Kim Miller. If you're in Appalachia, come see her. I'm in Harlan County, Kentucky. By God, we got 24 seconds till this time voting shit's up. And, yeah, if you're in Eastern Kentucky and you need your medical marijuana card, come see Dr. Kim Miller. Google her. She's like 2 blocks away, down yonder. Right over yonder. They're at a funeral right now. Rest in peace, Dr. Jeremy Jackson. Rest in peace. They're all at that funeral right now. We had a shout out to the 504. All my music comes from there. I'll prove it to you. We had a bad tragedy. 49-year-old Jeremy Jackson, I think 49 or 45, 49 or 47, passed away. He was a doctor. Randomly had a heart attack, passed away last week. Gets fucked the whole county up. They're having his funeral proceedings as we speak, if they're not over. So Kim Miller's not in today. She's at the funeral. Time's up now. We'll see what they're going to do. But it's Crack 40 TV. Thank you. He was a doctor. He was a great Christian. I'm in the Eastern time zone too, cuz. We're in Crackalachia, not Appalachia. What's these whores gonna do? I've been live 2 fucking hours. It's 3 o'clock. I go to the store. But yeah, Jeremy Jackson passing away broke my heart. I went to school with him. He was older than me. His brother's the judge.
On this vote, the yeas are 236, the nays are 183, with 4 answering present. The resolution is adopted. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. The House will come to order. The House will come to order. For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Clause 2A1 of Rule 9, I rise to give notice of my intent to raise a question of the privilege of the House.
The gentleman is recognized. Mr. Mallman. Members of the House will come to order. Chair would ask members to please take conversations off the floor. The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, my House Resolution 888
Hang on,
censoring and
KK.
condemning Delegate Stacy Plaskett and removing her from the House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence for conduct that reflects the discredibility on the House of Representatives for colluding with convicted felon and offender Jeffrey Epstein during a congressional hearing. Whereas Stacy Plaskett, the delegate representing the United States Virgin Islands in the House of Representatives, inappropriately coordinated in real time with convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein in a congressional hearing in February of 2019. Whereas Delegate Plaskett was actively coached by Epstein during the hearing, receiving instructions on specific lines of questioning, and was congratulated after the message by Mr. Epstein, good work. Whereas Jeffrey Epstein, the Speaker of the House, is not in order.
The gentleman has the floor. The chair would again ask the body to please observe the quorum and keep conversations to a minimum. The gentleman has the floor.
Whereas Jeffrey Epstein was a known convicted felony sex offender, having pled guilty and been convicted for procuring a child for prostitution and solicitation, a proselyte in a plea deal in 2008, and served a 13-month prison sentence. By Mr. Epstein. Whereas Epstein was under further federal investigation beginning in November of 2018, 2 months before Delegate Plaskett's recently revealed text exchange during a congressional hearing,
Please subscribe and hit that like button.
reporting by the Miami Herald detailing Epstein's controversial 2008 plea deal and highlighting accounts of his victims. Whereas Epstein was arrested in July of 2019 and charged with 1 count of sex trafficking of minors and 1 count of conspiracy to commit sex trafficking of minors, he was later found dead in the New York Metropolitan Correctional Center.
How did Epstein really die?
From Epstein's estate, during a House Committee on Oversight and Reform hearing featuring testimony from Michael Cohen, the disgraced former attorney for President Donald J. Trump. Delegate Plaskett
Crack
coordinated
40
her line of
TV, Irvin.
with Jeffrey Epstein in real time over text messages while the hearing was underway. Whereas Delegate Plaskett, who previously served as an Assistant Attorney General in the United States Department of Justice Civil Division, is known to have had extensive political...
Is she dipping
personal,
snot? Is she
and
chewing Vicar?
connections with Epstein after his conviction as a sex offender up to the time of his arrest and then his death in 2019. Whereas Delegate Plaskett's relationship with Epstein stands in stark contrast to the public image that she has curated for herself as a defender of justice and accountability, and while secretly collaborating with an individual whose crimes against vulnerable women and children shocked the entire nation.
Why is this
Whereas Delegate Plaskett
just now coming out?
to receive instructions on official congressional proceedings from Epstein, a convicted felony sex offender with deep concerning international associations, is especially alarming. And
Bottles of
inappropriate given her own
gabapentin.
past service in the United States Department of Justice and her current role on the House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence, and raises serious questions about Delegate Plaskett's judgment, her integrity, and her fitness to serve. Whereas such associations...
That is not
erode
Janky
public
Shermer's
trust in
Hassett.
Congress, particularly when they involve using input from a sex offender to advance partisan attacks during official proceedings. Now, therefore, be it resolved, Section 1, censure of Delegate Stacey Plaskett. Resolved that the House of Representatives...
Is Stacy in there now?
condemns Delegate Stacey Plaskett for inappropriate coordination with convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein.
Why he look
during a
nervous?
congressional hearing, which reflects discreditably on the House of Representatives.
He's
And
nervous.
directs the Committee on Ethics to conduct a
Is
full
Stacy in the building, in the
extent
room?
of Plaskett's ties to Epstein and any further improprieties. Section 2, removed from House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence. The following named member be and is hereby removed from the following committee on the House of Representatives. Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence, Ms. Plaskett.
I recognize the gentleman from South Carolina to offer the resolution just noticed. Does the gentleman from South Carolina offer the resolution?
I do.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Resolution 888. Whereas Stacey Plaskett, the delegate representing the United States Virgin Islands in the House of Representatives, inappropriately coordinated with convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein in a congressional hearing in February 2019. Whereas Delegate Plaskett was actively coached by Epstein during the hearing, received instructions on specific lines of questioning, and was congratulated afterwards with the message, "Good work." Whereas Jeffrey Epstein was a known convicted felony sex offender, having pled guilty and been convicted for procuring a child for prostitution and for soliciting a prostitute in a plea deal in 2008 and served a 13-month sentence. Whereas in the course of that investigation, the
Thank you,
FBI
Tony.
filed reports on dozens of confirmed minors,
Super chats.
incredibly
Get
alleged
your
sexual abuse by
memberships.
Epstein. Whereas Epstein was under further federal investigation beginning November 2018. 2 months
Please
before
get
Delegate
memberships.
Plaskett's recently revealed text exchange during a congressional hearing. Following investigative reporting by the Miami
Hit that
Herald,
like
Epstein
button. Let's get 100
Epstein
likes. Come on, y'all.
2008 plea deal and
What up,
violated
Toe Time
accounts
Tony?
of his victims. Whereas Epstein was arrested in July 2019 and charged with 1 count of sex trafficking of minors and 1 count of
Thanks,
conspiracy
Tony.
to commit sex trafficking of minors. And he was later found dead in the New York Metropolitan Correctional Center. Whereas according to documents released from Epstein's estate, during a House Committee on Oversight and Reform hearing featuring testimony from Michael Cohen, disgraced former attorney to President Donald J. Trump, Delegate Plaskett coordinated her line of questioning with Jeffrey Epstein in real time over text message while the hearing was underway. Whereas Delegate Plaskett, who previously served as an Assistant Attorney General in the U.S. Department of Justice Civil Division, is known to have had extensive political, personal, and professional connections with Epstein after his conviction as a sex offender up to the time of his arrest and then death in 2019.
Run the likes
Whereas
up,
Delegate
guys.
Plaskett's relationship
Share.
with Epstein stands in stark contrast to the public image she has curated for herself as a defender of justice and accountability, while secretly collaborating with an individual whose crimes against vulnerable women and children shocked the nation. Whereas Delegate Plaskett's willingness to receive instructions on official congressional proceedings.
Smelling shitty toilet paper and
felony sex
shit.
offender with deeply concerning international associations is especially alarming and inappropriate given her own past service in the U.S. Department of Justice and her current role on the House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence.
I need an edible.
And raises serious questions about Delegate Plaskett's judgment, integrity, and fitness to serve. And whereas such associations erode public trust in Congress, particularly when this involves using input from a sex offender to advance partisan attacks during official proceedings. Now therefore be it resolved. Section 1, censure of Delegate Stacey Plaskett. The House of Representatives 1, censures and condemns Delegate Stacey Plaskett for inappropriate coordination with convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein during a congressional hearing, which reflects discreditably on the House of Representatives.
Is the senator in the building, Rev?
To conduct a full investigation into the extent of Plaskett's ties to Epstein and any potential further improprieties.
A goddamn gummy.
Removal from House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence. The following named member be and is hereby removed from the following committee of the House of Representatives. Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence, Ms. Plaskett.
The resolution qualifies. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Massachusetts rise?
Mr. Speaker, I have a motion at the desk.
The clerk will report the motion.
Where's she at?
Ms. Clark of Massachusetts moves to refer the resolution to the Committee on Ethics.
It depends on what you got,
Massachusetts
Stephen.
is recognized for 1 hour.
Mr. Speaker, today we have finally taken a vote.
I cook flour and ate
The
it.
need for the survivors and victims of Jeffrey Epstein to have justice and transparency. And not minutes later, the gentleman from South Carolina is filing yet another partisan resolution. I ask all of my colleagues to support this motion, to refer this to the Ethics Committee, and I yield back my time.
Kick that cunt out, by God.
Without objection, the previous question is ordered. The question is on the motion to refer. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Mr. Speaker.
And the motion is not up. What
Mr.
purpose?
Speaker, I request to call the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. 5 minutes will be allowed for this vote.
Now, why have they not took care of all this fucking shit before? Why is this the first time I'm hearing about this fucking cunt from the Virgin? Oh, how ironic, the Virgin Islands. The fuck. Please run the likes up. If you just come in, hit the like button, please. Child marriage too. Well, children shouldn't be getting married. 12 is 12. That's one of my memberships because I've got a YouTube opponent. Well, we run him off YouTube named Jimbo Collins, and he married a 12-year-old 3 days before he turned 18, and he kept saying on his YouTube channel, 12, she was 12, it was legal, so we got a saying, 12 is 12. I don't even like calling cops 12, because when I think about 12, I think about Jimbo Collins being 3 days from 18, marrying a 12-year-old. 12 is 12. Now, Jimbo Collins, if he didn't have dirt around his neck and look like Peter Griffin strung out on meth, he could have been in the Epstein files. You heard me? Jimbo, he sure did, KK. Fuck yeah. Go do your research. Go look up my old content, Ernie's, Nicolina's. I don't even like it, bitch. Dig into the Ernie Shell Crack 40 TV, Speak Easy. All these channels that I fuck with will tell you about it. I'm the mayor. Do you want to come and work for me, Ted? I'm the mayor of the streets. Yeah, the Jimbo that put on all the MMA fights. He married a 12-year-old way before that. I did not know that then. Bring me your toy.
Get your toy, honey.
Get your toy. We'll play.
Come here. Get your toy.
Get your toy behind you. Get your toy. What you do at F5? Brock Lesnar, that motherfucker. What you shit? Come here, honey. Now F5 shot. Bring it to me. Oh, hell, you ain't whooping it hard enough yet. Give it a F5. That's what she said. She said make her bleed, or she said make her shit, so they grabbed her by the pussy and busted her shit bag. Wide receiver style. Put her in the Yorkie NFL. Well, we got 1 minute remaining on this vote. Can we get 100 likes? Trump, as long as Trump ain't in these files, he's your daddy. If Trump's in the files, I can't fuck with him. But in the meantime, Mr. Ice Cream Man, Master P, Mr. Ice Cream Man themed. Rest in peace, Young Bleed. This is the Master P thing at Mr. Ice Cream Man Christmas tree. And we don't know Trump's in them files till they release them. If he is. Go get it. We got 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It's time. There you go. Whoop that shit. Trump said he didn't have nothing to do with it. There you go. Whoop it. Can we get about 14 likes to hit 100? If you're new in here, hit the like button. Thank you. Look at the sugar daddy. That's a Grinch tree right there. Look at this Grinch. He's got a bulge. If people hit that like button one time. Appalachia right here. Last night I watched the city police, the county police, the Everett's police, the Cumberland police, and the police from Bell County and Pineville come up here and arrest a man that got beat a 60-day writ. Christopher Shipman is back in jail for the same charges he got arrested for. He beat a 60-day writ. They indicted him 2 weeks later. It's in my shorts. Uh-oh. I've got it in my shorts. I've got it in my YouTube videos. You can watch every bit of it. I got the whole report. I watched about 12 cops literally go get that motherfucker. And then there was a man running around town. He had a dart gun that had basically it was a machine gun blow dart machine gun that shot dirty syringes, and it had a big old banana clip on it. And I mean, it could hold like 10 bags of dirty needles. It could hold like 100 rigs full of dirty blood, full of HIV. He was riding around here hitting people with blow darting dirty needles at people. They shut up. It got quiet. Let's see what's happening. I tricked you.
On this vote, the ayes are 213 and the noes are 214. The motion is not adopted. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
Well, fuck. Does that mean they're keeping that cunt?
Pursuant to Clause 2 of Rule 9, the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Norman, and the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Raskin, each will control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from South Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
In just a moment. The chair would ask the House to come to order again, and ask members to take conversations off the floor so that the members can be given due accord and respect during the period of debate. The gentleman has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today because the House of Representatives has a responsibility and a duty to protect the integrity of this institution. And what we learned from the documents released by Jeffrey Epstein.
We got our senior basketball correspondent, Chris Brinkley, reporting from Liz. What's happening, Coach?
Thanks, Stephen A. So we're talking about these retro Mitchell and Ness.
We got
every color. Peep this joint.
Get it back on track, Brinkley. Yeah, I've been rocking these throwbacks for decades.
Decades? You're like 32 years old.
I lost my battery.
Oh, I get it. So we're talking in all caps.
Say it loud. Give it louder. Holiday started, Liz.
There were deliberate communications, and they shaped her official line of questioning in a congressional hearing. The American people expect honesty. The American people expect integrity and judgment from their elected officials. They expect members of Congress to conduct themselves with one word: decency, not to seek advice from a predator who exploited minor children.
Sorry, I
This
dropped my
resolution does not
remote.
accuse.
I don't never have a back
It
on the
acknowledges
remote.
what is documented.
That's just part of my
Censors
lifestyle.
Delegate Plaskett for her conduct, removes her from the Intelligence Committee, where her judgment is paramount, and directs a full investigation into the extent of her relationship with Mr. Epstein. Some will try to spin this as politics, but protecting the honor of this body is not partisan. It's not Democrat. It's not Republican. Standing against
She
a
drinking
convicted
liquor?
predator's influence in our proceedings is not partisan. It's basic decency.
She's got
We
some
cannot
scissor.
Pretend this didn't happen. The American people deserve better.
She's drinking pressed lean, by God. Scissor.
The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
She's
Thank you, Mr.
sipping.
Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume,
The gentleman is recognized.
and I rise in opposition to this resolution.
I feel you on that, Kavanaugh.
To support the complete disclosure of information related to Jeffrey Epstein and his billion-dollar international child sex trafficking ring. And our side of the aisle
JC, you right.
supports the release of information relating to anybody who had anything to do with it, whether they're a Republican.
We need some young
Democrat,
black
independent,
folks in
or what have you.
there. No
Period.
shit.
We insist on
I
complete
believe
full
that we should have
disclosure. This
way
resolution
more
has
black
nothing
people
to do with that. This seems to me to be one more pathetic
in Congress.
effort to distract and divert
We need that
attention
more
from the
African
fact that the
Americans in
president's name
fucking
appeared
offices.
More than 1,000 times already in the small fraction of material released on Epstein, and
I agree.
the failure of the majority.
We need more
to
Asian.
remove
Well, we
the
seen an
source
Asian
of
man
this
earlier.
And it is this
Run them likes up. 10 more to hit 100. Let's get it.
discharge resolution, which is
JC, hit that like button. Subscribe.
We've got nothing but obstruction, opposition,
Kevin Nut.
evasion, distraction.
Hit the like button and
diversion
subscribe.
On the other side, and now we get one more resolution like this. The resolution actually proposes a disciplinary censure against Representative Stacey Plaskett, but amazingly,
Gossip, what up, dog?
no misconduct. It does not allege the violation of the Constitution. It does not allege the violation of a
How
federal
you
law or
doing?
a state law or local law. It does not violate. It does not even allege a violation of the ethics rules of the House of Representatives, and yet they want to censure her and throw her off of her committee.
Kenneth,
This
you might be
a
right.
distinguished former federal prosecutor, diligent public servant, representative of the people of the Virgin Islands.
About the same
Now,
gossip.
criminal justice has two parts to it. One is insisting on legal accountability for people who do wrong.
Cavanaugh's
The other
funny.
part of it is due process, which may be the two most beautiful words in the English language, certainly the two most beautiful words in the Constitution of the United States. It's due process.
Rock
that protects
hard.
all of our freedoms and our rights against the arbitrary power of government.
We watching
And the will
it.
just to punish somebody without any process at all. But that's exactly what's going on here. Think about it. Ghislaine Maxwell had due process. She had a right to counsel. She had a right to hear.
You think
She had a
she's
right to
watching in
have
prison?
Against her. She had a right to put on her case. She had a right to cross-examine. She had a right to a neutral, impartial tribunal. She had a right to unanimous verdict of a jury.
I heard
And all of
that.
she had. And
Press
she was found guilty.
eggnog, by
And that's
God.
why she was sentenced to jail for 20 years, even though Donald Trump has transferred her from a real prison to a prison camp where she's gotten very special pampered treatment, like she's in a Trump hotel. She gets room service to her cell. She gets gym privileges other inmates don't get. She gets to use the warden as a go-between with people outside of the institution. And so, but anyway, she had due process. Donald
By
Trump
God.
had due process. He was convicted on 34 felonies, but he had the right to counsel. He had the presumption of innocence. He had a unanimous jury trial, right? They had the right to cross-examine everybody, put their own witnesses on. Now, they want to take a former United States prosecutor, the representative of the people of the Virgin Islands, and without even going to the ethics committee, much less a court, they want to arraign her.
Hit that like button. Let's hit 100 likes, by God.
That she did something lawful. However ill-advised it may have been, she took a phone call from one of her constituents. Now, I don't think it is the position of the very distinguished
Oh, Larry
gentleman
Hoover.
that if we find
This is
Jeffrey
deflection
Epstein on the
from
phone with
releasing the
Donald Trump,
goddamn
he should be
files.
impeached for it, or is that his position? Is his position that anytime Jeffrey Epstein got somebody on the phone, and he got a lot of people on the phone, that person is suddenly guilty? That sounds like guilt by association. That sounds like collective guilt. Our minority whip introduced a perfectly reasonable amendment to say, let's refer this to an ethics committee. Let's have a real hearing. They didn't want to have a real hearing. They want to rush to judgment. Why? So there can be some headline that will please Donald Trump tomorrow instead of a unanimous statement, or forgive me, I think the distinguished gentleman from Louisiana may have dissented, but an otherwise unanimous.
Come on, run them likes up, by God. Release these files.
We've had enough of the cover-up. We want all of the truth. We want the survivors and the victims to have the possibility of accountability. Well, they want to give them another headline, which is that they've arraigned a Democratic member.
He'd look better if he was bald.
From her constituent, Jeffrey Epstein, in the middle of a hearing. And of course, I don't think there's any rule here against taking phone calls in a hearing. Now, if you want to actually give her the chance to explain what happened, then we would take it to the ethics committee. I still don't see what the charge is. Where is the ethical transgression? Where is the legal transgression? Are you saying anybody on your side of the aisle who had a phone call with Jeffrey Epstein should be censured? Be careful. There's a lot more that's about to come out, right? So you should think about what is the principle behind this rush to judgment. I want to close just with this thought, because I know there were a lot of people in the chamber who were here when this happened, and a lot who weren't. There was a move to expel George Santos, who was a Republican member of the House from New York. And it was the same kind of rush to judgment, absolute political frenzy. And I looked at it for about 60 seconds. And you know, I was a professor of constitutional law, so call me a legal nerd. But I said, wait, this guy's not been convicted of anything. Well, he's a Republican. Yeah, I know he's a Republican. He is not convicted in criminal court. To my knowledge, he had not been arraigned yet or convicted of anything in the ethics disciplinary process. They just said, well, there's bad press, we want to get rid of him. Beware of what you wish for. Is that the rule that you want here in the House of Representatives?
Hit that like button, dude.
Call up a member of Congress in 24 hours or 48 hours because there's a bad newspaper article without asking any questions, without giving that person any due process.
Yeah, that's a press toupee right there.
I mean, all we're asking for in
That toupee's made out of pressed eggnog.
Check it out. They want to go ahead and censure
Pressed eggnog toupee.
a distinguished member of the House of Representatives with no due
Look,
process
it's
at
got
all.
cum owl in it.
Reject this. I hope the whole body will reject this, just like I voted and spoke against removing George Santos, a Republican on the other side of the aisle.
You voted
because
for,
they've gotten
did
no
he
due
vote for
process.
Kamala?
All of our colleagues will reject this absurd
Styling,
judgment in an
Kenneth.
attempt to change the subject here. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from South Carolina is recognized. Speaker, before I yield time to my good friend from Louisiana, Representative Raskin, I will be careful in my remarks. You need to be careful with your facts.
Whoa!
You have an 11-year veteran of this body who should know better. You have an 11-year member of this body who took money. It wasn't a newspaper article, it was a fact. She took money from Jeffrey Epstein.
Spit your game, talk your facts, know your shit.
Ironic that you're taken up by defending Ms. Plaskett, which is going to the Ethics Committee, but she has lost her willingness or lost her ability to serve because she got irrational judgment by taking money from a convicted pedophile of young children. And it's unfathomable that you're taking the position that you are. These are facts. You mentioned Ghislaine Maxwell. She's not a sitting member of Congress.
Come on, run them likes up. Let's hit 100 real quick.
She has relinquished any sense of duty to serve on these committees.
Hit that like button, please. Share.
My good friend in Louisiana, Mr. Clay Higgins.
And the chair would remind all members to please avoid engaging in personalities to direct all comments to the chair. The gentleman from Louisiana is recognized.
From the 504.
My colleague, Mr. Norman from South Carolina, and I thank my colleague, Mr. Raskin, for the salient points that he had brought to this debate. I also defended George Santos on this floor and opposed the means by which
On Larry.
he was expelled. I think it was beyond the pale, and this is
A white man who could help see murder get out of prison and won't do it.
in this body is to determine the means by which our colleagues shall be reprimanded or disciplined. And the Constitution is clear on this. My friend, Mr. Raskin.
He's a robot.
This body controls.
He's AI.
The means by which and the rules.
Ernie Shell AI.
The members of Congress shall be disciplined. So we've had variances of opinions regarding, the exact.
He's so hard if he moves wrong, he'll come everywhere. He's super edging.
Member by member. But let me say that in this case,
He stuck to me Blue Chew today.
receiving text messages, this was so alarming to me. When I saw this and read it, I didn't believe it. I say to my friend, I thought perhaps it was media from a satirical site. It couldn't possibly be true because we all know that a text message, a text exchange is rather intimate in the realm of communications. And to pierce into an actual congressional hearing for a member of Congress to receive and respond to a text message during a hearing that is quite familiar, is it not? And this was shocking to me, that a member of Congress would be exchanging text messages directly with Jeffrey Epstein in 2019. At which time he was being prosecuted federally by the first Trump administration. He had received some nature of a sweetheart deal back in 2007 and avoided federal prosecution by pleading no contest to some level of state.
Where's Senator Kennedy at, by God?
He was sentenced, Mr. Speaker, to 13 months. My understanding, he did 11 months, and at the easiest time that could be done. He walked every day during the day on a work release program. So that sweetheart deal, let me say, should be looked at. And now, to my horror,
Brandon Warner, your daddy's in
should
prison.
be looked at.
And your daddy's in prison in Czechia with no money.
She's a good lady from the Virgin Islands. Where did Jeffrey Epstein live? In the Virgin Islands. She was a constituent in 2019. Was she a friend in 2007?
By
During her
God.
service to the DOJ, which my friend has brought up. Was there any interactions? These are the questions we have.
Hit that like button, Marianne Nolan.
Has crossed
Brad Dyer, hit that like button.
reasonable.
We want to try to hit 100.
And therefore, she should be investigated. During said
Yeah, they've been
investigation
voting all
by
fucking day. I've been
and
covering this almost 3 hours.
DOJ, and I'll recommend by oversight and judiciary committees. Meanwhile, she should absolutely be removed from
Thank
the
you,
House
Marianne.
Committee on Intel. This, Mr. Speaker, is my position. I presented without note.
You can
for
find
the
it.
betterment of the debate of this body. And I
Subscribe,
yield the time
too.
to the gentleman from South Carolina.
I reserve. From South Carolina, the gentleman from South Carolina reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's always a pleasure to hear my friend from Louisiana. Both of the Republican speakers have said this demands an ethics investigation. I think Mr. Higgins just said it should be investigated by oversight.
Just like that right
by
there.
judiciary, as well as by ethics, as well as by others. This resolution censures her and punishes her before there's been 1 day of investigation. There's been no investigation at all. That was the
Brandon, you
whole
can't say
burden
nothing to hurt me, honey.
of the
Your mommy's in rehab.
Amendment. It was to say, let's have an investigation, refer it to the ethics committee. That's why the distinguished gentleman from Louisiana and I both voted against, and we got a majority to vote against censuring or expelling even George Santos without any ruling by our ethics.
SoCal, hit that like, cuz.
The cart before the horse.
Hardcore like CB4.
Explain that to us, why we should censure her before there's been 1 day of actual investigation. Like being on the phone with one of our constituents.
Brandon, I hope you get a wrecking die.
Force, like Jeffrey Epstein.
Fuck you, Brandon
Of
Dyer.
course, he has said that he considered
Brandon Warner, my
Donald Trump
bad.
the most evil person he ever met. He said without a redeeming bone. in his
Brandon
life.
Warner.
So I agree. People can say different
If
things.
you get in a car wreck,
but,
I'll laugh.
Jeffrey Epstein, to me, disgraced himself. But in any event,
Sorry, Brandon Dyer, my bad.
Want to know, well, what were the comments?
Apologize, wrong Brandon.
Why was Ms. Plaskett doing that? I'm sure she's got a good explanation. We're talking about a distinguished lawyer in federal
Perk
prosecutor.
30s,
who was,
pressed perk
in the middle of
30s,
hearing.
pressed eggnog,
Members
god
do
damn
all
it.
the time is to talk to people in hearings about different things. But let me ask, if it's now the standard that just to be on a phone call with somebody establishes guilt by association, what about all the members of this body or of the U.S. Senate who were on the phone with January 6th insurrectionists and President Trump and
Deflection.
who were trying to block the certification of the election? A lot of phone calls, a lot of traffic going on. In fact, that's why our
Deflections.
dealt themselves $1 million cash payoff bonanza provision in the most recent Republican spending bill, they put that in there because their phone records had been subpoenaed lawfully by a grand jury.
On Larry Hoover. Let's skip the switch channels.
Like every other American citizen, because their names came up as potentially being involved in that conspiracy to somehow shut down proceedings in the House and the Senate. Now, are we saying just because they were on a phone
He
call,
probably bust her shit bag.
we should strip them of their committee assignments? We should censure them? Have we gotten to that point?
Yeah, we need Kennedy up our by God.
This is the House of Representatives of the United States of America.
Mod
Let's stick by the
Squad.
Constitution. Let's stick by due process. Let's go through the rules. I yield 5 minutes to my distinguished colleague from Connecticut, Representative Himes.
The gentleman from Connecticut is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the gentleman from Maryland. I'm not going to speak today about Jeffrey Epstein or January 6th. I'm going to confine my remarks to two things that I know about. And I'm going to take a deep breath right now, because to stand here and to have to listen to the gentleman from Louisiana in the guise of just asking questions, besmirch one of the finest members I have had the honor of serving with, I would think would offend the sensibility of anybody in this chamber. But I'm going to limit my remarks to two things I know very well. Number one, the House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence and what we need to do to preserve that very special environment. And number two, the character of Delegate Stacey Plaskett. On HPSCI.
Deflections.
For 10 years. And with Chairman Turner and now with Chairman Crawford, we have fought for that decade to keep the Select Committee on Intelligence immunized from the sewage that flows through this chamber, the partisan attacks.
Hit that like button, Daniel.
We've been pretty successful, with one exception.
He likes Hot Wheels in his ass, I think, Daniel. Little weird objects. Listen to the deflections.
The leaders of that committee work hard, establish friendships, and do the work we need to do to make sure that the toxicity and the sewage that we're hearing right now don't impinge the critical work of making sure that our intelligence communities are keeping Americans safe and not violating civil liberties and not.
I believe he likes weird objects in his shit bag.
Of the American people. This effort, put forward by a bunch of people who haven't served on that committee and who have no idea the comity and the grace with which.
Fuck you and your promo, homie.
Will hurt this committee badly. And I expect every Republican on the Intelligence Committee, and I'll say it again, I expect every Republican on the Intelligence Committee
She had to go shit.
Ms. Plaskett and who know the committee to vote no on the idea that without
He's on press eggnog, look.
from that very special committee. This resolution would strike a devastating blow to HPSCI's ability to work effectively.
To help seize.
By removing a member in good standing, based on a newspaper article about texts. No due process, no evidence, nothing offered other than a newspaper article which has moved the gentleman from South Carolina.
Can't tell if he's rock hard or not. 3 likes to hit 100, y'all. Run it up, run it up.
Will do profound damage to this essential committee. Now let me just talk for a moment about
Press Dokalax and buttermilk. My God. Could you imagine if that clobbered up? Somebody.
Serving with somebody with the integrity.
Lord help us.
And the hard-working bona fides as Ms. Plaskett. We can argue about the wisdom or the judgment associated with those texts.
That'd be a sloppy, shitty mess.
But on any one of us.
Come on, y'all, hit that like button. 2 more, let's hit 100.
Not to be judged without any due process, especially in the context of this superb member.
Triple digits help.
Critical member of the
Super chats, cash apps, PayPals, likes, comments, shares. Merch will be here next week.
Be to undo the efforts of the Republican Speaker and the Republican Chairman of the Intelligence Committee, Mr. Crawford.
Shut the fuck up, whore.
Intended to be. And while the bill for that decision won't come due immediately, it will come due over time in the form of a less accountable and less effective intelligence community with less effective oversight for Congress. So I don't expect the gentlemen who have offered this up to back down now, but I do expect
every single.
Come on, hit that like button.
Intelligence Committee that elect those few who understand.
Where you at, Wody?
To close the door on the flow of partisan sewage.
Oh, Larry Hoover, where's the likes at? Run them up, run them up. Let's hit 100.
Calling resolution. I yield back.
We reserve, the gentleman from Connecticut yields back to the gentleman from Maryland. The gentleman from Maryland reserves. The gentleman from South Carolina is recognized. Speaker, can I inquire about how much time we have left?
I would expect
2.5 minutes.
Bill Clinton.
22 and a half minutes. Let me just say.
Don't fall asleep, OG.
You know, we're hearing words. That's all this is, words. You're taking the side of a young lady who should have known better. She served 11 years. She disparaged herself. She did it to
One more like to hit 100.
This is actual text that pretty well indicts Miss Plaskett. Would she probably take it back?
Talk your game, spit your
I want
facts.
to yield as much time as needs to be consumed by my good friend from Texas, Chip.
Thank you, Pro folk.
I thank the gentleman from South Carolina. I thank him for bringing forward this important resolution before the body.
I'm gonna shave my head that bad earlier. We hit 100 likes. Thank you.
The vote on removal and his considered judgment with respect to Sanders.
If I hide, I'm going behind a moat. I will be inside a moat in a bunker underground.
In doing so, and I think the gentleman from Maryland has shown respect to, I think, the judgment of the gentleman from Louisiana about his being the sole vote on the issue before this body before with respect to what we're making public because of the gentleman's, I think, very real concerns about what it might mean for victims. And we had that debate in the colloquy back in the Judiciary Committee a few hours ago.
He's correct.
About what we can do to ensure
He might be.
and so forth, as we all go forward in what I believe is a unanimous view that we should go seek out truth and justice here with respect to Epstein and anybody associated
Respect?
with him and them.
The fuck?
Nefarious affairs involving Jeffrey Epstein. The
The
reason that I
fuck?
support this resolution is, and I would note that my colleagues on the other side.
If you get a pressed moat, send me one full of alligators
They chose not to table it. They chose to refer it, which suggests to me that there's a recognition
and piranhas. I need a moat full of piranhas and alligators.
member, in this case, the delegate.
A pressed
U.S.
moat.
Island, who was sitting in the Oversight Committee. And I'm actually a particular interest here because I was the one doing the questioning.
Thank you, Brandon P. Sub up.
Engaging in text messages back and forth at that moment while I was questioning.
Aldrin. Sub up. By God. It's Crack 40 TV.
With
Appalachia's finest.
I've listened now for months. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle disparage and try to impugn the character.
Where's his bulge at? He has no bulge.
In connection to an investigation of Jeffrey Epstein, which the president, his administration in 2019, they
Thank you.
indicted Epstein.
Everybody subscribe, by God. Sub up or roll up.
Ghislaine Maxwell was arrested by the Trump administration.
You think Ghislaine Maxwell's watching this in Fed prison? He's got a little bulge.
True. But it was in fact the Trump administration.
Most people from Texas is hung, but crooked or not, if you're from Texas, you're probably hung.
So I've been listening to all of
It's pressed in between with tape. Well,
about how
you might be right.
anything to do with Jeffrey Epstein is somehow,
My Grinch stole his nuts. I'll show you in a minute.
moment here in terms of determining the character of this administration or what they're doing or not doing when they're leaning in to try to seek the truth. Where tens of thousands of pages have been released.
Well, Darrell, is that Darrell the Moose Johnson
So now the House just voted to have greater transparency.
that played for Dallas Cowboys? Are you the Moose?
What the court does and how they deal with grand jury secrecy. And
There's a bunch of bitches around here that's got moose knuckle clits.
existing laws and how the courts treat that. That's going to be a process, as the gentleman likes to know, right? This is going to be determined as to what gets released and how. But here we have the gentlelady sitting in the Oversight Committee texting with a known convicted felon, a convicted pedophile, that was very public and known, had served.
Where's this cunt at they're talking
Not
about?
just in texts that were trivial, but texts involving advice about her questioning of Michael Cohen.
Hell yeah, Darrell.
To figure out how to get
Sub up, Darrell.
to be able to somehow go after Trump or Trump's advisors or people around the president.
We live in Appalachia, Harlan County.
Talk about with censure, which is contemplated, of course, in our rules and in the structure. The gentleman talked about the Constitution. We're not removing her. We're simply saying censure, and we're saying that it is.
Why not remove the fucking bitch, by God?
Plan to advance Hamas must disarm. Instead,
tonight, terrifying images emerging from Gaza. Videos show Hamas-linked gunmen carrying out a public
Stay with me and drop my remote.
as they return to the streets.
He's spitting facts. Let's switch it up, though.
A concern, they would have simply made a motion to table. But my colleagues decided to refer it to committee because they know this is a problem. They know this is not the kind of conduct you want in a member of this body. So I think that the gentleman from South Carolina is right.
Michelle, sub up and hit that like button.
Body should hear this debate and tonight that we should vote tonight to censure and refer to the ethics committee for further consideration.
I don't know.
I yield back.
Gentleman from South Carolina.
Kale, however the hell you say your name. I don't know.
Thank you to
Here's
my
his
friend
press
from Texas
toupee,
for those
motherfucker,
remarks.
again.
I'm afraid all of them.
His
answer
toupee's
the
pressed.
Which is, the good congressman knows how due process works in America. There are facts that are adduced first. There's an opportunity to be heard on both sides. There's due process. There's consideration. Then there's judgment.
Well, if you can't find a lock button, keep looking.
Before anybody has an opportunity even to hear what the charges are, much less answer the charges.
You probably right,
much less do any
99.
kind of analysis. I'm sorry to hear that the text exchange that it seems to be at the heart of people's consternation here took place during the distinguished.
I never have a remote with a fucking.
Federal offense, nor is it an ethical violation in the House of Representatives.
I never have a remote with a back on it on Larry Hoover.
Colleagues, the gentleman says that he thinks that our position is that any association with Jeffrey Epstein is a dispositive moment of judgment.
Thank you,
That's
Jennifer.
not the position we've advanced.
Thank
We've taken
you.
the position with the
Get a
survivors
membership
that
and get
we
all the
want
cool emojis
to
Crack
end
40 TV's got like Rev just showed you.
and then let the
It's
chips fall where
$1.
they may. If there
You
are
can
people
get a
who
bigger,
act
higher
as
membership.
crime as Ghislaine Maxwell was, as
Get a
Epstein was,
membership,
and
by
be
God.
charged with every element of due process. If they happen to be a waiter or a waitress who worked at an event, they're not guilty of anything. That's what due process is. We're able to sift through and figure it out. But your rush to judgment isn't even giving anybody a chance to know what the charges are here. It's the most
Sub up
extraordinary
or
thing
roll
I've
up.
ever
It's
seen.
Crack 40 TV.
Now to Delegate Plaskett herself, the distinguished representative from.
Man, I don't
Sorry,
know.
first we've got.
He's high as fuck, though, ain't he?
For 2 minutes.
Thank you so much.
He'd take a
This
break.
is a distraction to take away from the fact that the Guardians of Pedophiles
Speak, honey.
is literally trying to protect pedophiles.
Yeah.
The president is a convicted felon and an accused sex offender. Stacey Plaskett hasn't been accused of either.
Aw,
So what are we
shit.
actually here talking about? Trump and Epstein were besties. We've all seen the pictures of them. We saw the birthday book. So why are y'all
Is
more
that-
interested in talking about Stacey Plaskett than Trump's relationship with the man? When did y'all become so moral? Because I can remember when y'all went and signed the discharge petition. All of a sudden, everybody wanted to vote for this, but you wouldn't sign the discharge petition. Until we decide that we are going to go after the actual rapists and pedophiles, miss me with your moral high ground. Folks who also took money from somebody named Jeffrey Epstein, as I had my team dig in very quickly.
By
Mitt
God.
Romney, the NRC,
Mitt Romney.
Lee
He
Miller,
sits on
George
plungers.
Bush, Win Red, McCain Palin, Rick Lazio. I just want to be
George Bush sat on a pop can.
Just know we're gonna expose it all, and just know that the SEC filings, they are available for everybody to review. This is absolutely ridiculous. You decide that you want to punish a sitting member of Congress because you are concerned about her text messages. Well, maybe you should be more concerned about those
Bricked up.
that we still haven't gotten access to.
Rock
Maybe you should be more
hard.
concerned with the fact
Crow
that
is rock
his
hard.
name is mentioned in the files way more than Stacey Plaskett's name. Listen, I'm not saying that anything is
Spit your
wrong.
game.
If you're trying to
Talk
figure out
your
what's going
shit.
on with somebody that's a criminal, then you maybe need to talk to their associates.
I don't know, but she done a line, by God.
Was getting text messages. I'm not saying she was or wasn't. But considering the fact that they were talking to
Do a line in your mind, use a killer.
intel, you have to go talk to somebody that maybe knows what he's up to.
Time has expired. We reserve.
Keep talking. I wish
Maryland
you'd.
reserves. Gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
Speaker, I recognize my good friend from Arizona, Mr. Biggs.
Mr. Biggs, Mr. Biggs.
What time is the
They
gentleman?
call him Mr. Biggs.
Time you've allotted to the gentleman.
How much time do we have left?
We got Mr. Biggs.
Gentleman, 17 minutes remaining.
Take that shit to trial, bitch. Started selling dope back in 1986.
Thank you, Mr. Norman. Thank
I
you
put some
for,
things on that bitch.
raising this issue. This is, to me, this is an interesting issue, because I'm
His
hearing
name's Mr.
the argument
Biggs.
Is
Is that Mr. Biggs, the 8 Mile and MJG song, or Mr. Biggs take that shit to trial, bitch? I got long hair and a pocket full of stones, bad hopes.
due process.
They want to lay in my home.
You get to stand up, get to defend, and get to raise your issues, and,
Mr. Biggs, Mr. Biggs, they call him Mr. Biggs.
as Mr. Roy said, that kind of indicates that maybe you know that there's something that's not great about this. So I'm looking at this, and here's at least one of the exchanges that
Sub up, Dan.
seems to.
Sub up, Matt Gibbons, unless that's Matt Gibbons from Harlan. Matt Gibbons from Harlan that lives in Baxter is a goddamn rat. Behind the post office in Baxter. If that's Matt Gibbons from Baxter, you're a fucking snitch. You busted Steve Click.
Brings up Rona.
Get out of my chat if that's you, motherfucker. If that's another Matt Gibbons, I apologize.
That's a Trump assistant. And Plaskett responds, Rona, question mark?
Matt Gibbons.
I'm up next.
Oh, it's Gibbon, not Gibbons. I apologize. Matt Gibbons is a rat.
She wants to know.
So is his daddy by the same name and his brother Chuck. They busted my OG Steve Click and everybody.
Mr. Epstein was. And Epstein responds, that's his assistant. Don't really say much more than that.
Well, I be
So nervous. Are you guys nervous?
make that money off them ads. I get them too, by God.
Having this communication with Mr. Epstein,
Sub up or all up. It's Crack 40 TV.
what Mr. Epstein wants her to ask. Another text says, from Epstein, good work. That's after she wraps it up. All of this seems to be very
No
interesting.
rant zone.
I'm sorry, I don't breathe the rarefied air of the Intelligence Committee. I don't. I'm just a regular guy, and a member of the House. That's
Maxwell
all.
Jacob
So I don't
Friedman
know
breathes the
about that
rarefied air.
I guess I'm part of the sewage. That Mr. Himes said. Yeah. Thanks for agreeing with me, Ms. Plaskett. So she's got us down. Unless you're in the Intelligence Committee, you're crap. That's what says. But here's the deal.
Spit your game, talk your
You're
shit.
sitting there in a sitting committee, and you're having communications.
Super chats up, guys.
Sex offender. And you're taking their advice on how to ask questions. Maybe you got a problem.
Thank
Maybe
you,
your problem
Rev.
is that you brought disrepute on the House. And this isn't from the articles. This is from the 10,000 pages or so released last week from the Oversight Committee that they received from the Epstein estate. This isn't fishing around. This is coming from real evidence. So
Well, by God.
I sit here and I listen, oh, you know, she's the finest member that ever walked the planet, man. That's what you heard. But the bottom line is this. She's sitting there seeking advice and counsel on how to ask questions from Jeffrey Epstein, who this entire body, save one, just condemned. And we want all the evidence.
On Larry
It's
Hoover.
a shame to be here, but for one thing, you made the choice. And so, Mr. Chairman, I'm encouraging
What up, Orlando?
everyone in this body to support Mr. Norman's resolution. And I yield back.
Chairman yields.
Can we get this fucking shit over?
Member South Carolina reserves. The members are reminded to direct their commentary to the chair. Before I recognize the gentleman from Maryland, please remind yourself as well as the members to refrain from engaging in personalities.
That other feller had to go shit or something.
Does the gentleman seek recognition? Yes, they do. Gentleman is recognized.
Ugly ass hair.
I want to remark that yet one more member says we should go ahead and censure her, and then we should do...
Yeah, free my dog Ski.
I think any fifth grader in America knows that's the exact opposite of what due process means in America. We don't punish people before we have investigation and the opportunity to be heard. I yield 6 minutes now to the distinguished gentleman from Virgin Islands, Representative Plasker.
Oh,
Thank you so much.
Virgin Islands representative. This is interesting.
To my former professor in law school, and I want to address the body. I first want to give you all a sense of what was happening that day. Everyone knows at that hearing in February, the entire country was watching. As Michael Cohen decided he was going to finally give up information about what was happening in the Trump
Press the Botox.
And at the beginning of that hearing, the ranking member, Jim Jordan,
Here we go,
had
PC.
disrespect to Elijah Cummings, may he rest in peace and his name be a memory, after not allowing
see that,
Mr.
Rev.
Jordan to shut the committee hearing down. And I turned to Mr. Jordan and told him to have respect for the chair and to basically shut up. And that moment went viral. And I began to get innumerable texts from friends, from foes, from constituents
Oakland in the house.
about what was happening in that hearing. And I got a text from Jeffrey Epstein, who at the time was my constituent, who was not public knowledge at that time that he was under federal investigation, and who was sharing information with me.
She
now, I
froze.
heard recently from someone that I was seeking advice from him. Let me tell you something. I don't need to get advice on how to question anybody from any individual.
Facts,
I
Rev.
have been a lawyer for 30 years. I have been a narcotics prosecutor in New York City. I have had the honor of being a political appointee at the Justice Department after September 11th as a Republican appointee in the Bush administration. I know how to question individuals. I know how to seek information. I have sought information from confidential informants, from murderers, from
Monica
other
Napier.
individuals, because I want the truth, not because I need them to tell me what to say. And if you look at the transcript, you will see that I questioned Michael Cohen for 5 minutes. The Washington Post only shows you 30 seconds and takes from it one individual's name that I got from Jeffrey Epstein and didn't know who the individual was. And
What if she had the shit right
with
now?
a host of other individuals that I felt the committee should subpoena. They've never been subpoenaed. They've never been questioned. Because at the end of the day, I know that in the Trump administration,
Please hit the
with my
like
colleagues
button.
over there, it's not about sexual assault. It's not about support of victims. It's about money. It is about money.
I have consistently
Fuck.
stood against sexual violence and the exploitation of women and children in previous careers as well as here in this body. We all know that Jeffrey Epstein's actions were absolutely reprehensible.
I agree, Rev.
As a constituent, as an individual who gave donations to me, when I learned of the extent of his actions after his investigation, I gave that money to women's organizations in my community.
Shit. Cartel?
Women in the community who needed that.
Boat runners?
That's what I think should have been done, and that's what I did.
Johnny Sutton, hit that like button and
No
subscribe.
participation,
You're
no
right.
assistance, no involvement in any illegal activity, and weaponized it for political theater. Because that's what this is. This has been reviewed by federal courts. Any charges, victims who initially had a case against me dismissed it on their own without prejudice. You don't want to talk about what is really happening here. Your attacks on working families, your protection of powerful predators.
Sub up or roll up, by God.
Talk about texting felons. How often do you text President Donald J. Trump? That's the individual we should be concerned about. And let me tell you this. I am not going to support the wealthy and connected.
I agree,
who continue to exploit
MW.
workers and evade taxes, powerful figures with credible allegations who face no consequences, and corporate interests profiting from human suffering while families struggle. And let me tell the people of the Virgin Islands.
Drink that liquor, bitch.
Anyone will state his point of order.
The point of order is you may not call the President of the United States a felon.
Huh? What?
That is a violation.
Point of order is under consideration, and we're not going to lose order here either, so please.
May I continue? May I continue, Mr.
Members
Speaker?
are, however, reminded to refrain, as mentioned a little while ago, from making personality commentary towards the president. The point of order is not timely, so the gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What is happening here? I feel sorry for my colleagues. I feel sorry for this body. I see
Hey,
members coming and speaking.
she should
against
be
me.
able to call President Trump a felon if she wants, though. He
You
is.
don't know me. You don't know the work that I've done. You don't know the support that I've given to families, to individuals, to support people. I worked a full-time job with children under the age of 5, going to school, law school at night. Do you think I would risk my law degree for any individual?
You had sugar daddies.
A reprehensible individual by Jeffrey Epstein, I would not. But what I'm about is the truth. And let me tell the people of the Virgin Islands, this attempt at intimidation will pass.
Freedom of speech,
The
yeah.
Virgin Islands do not back down from a fight. That is how we won our freedom, and that is how we will continue to grow our equality. And if you censure me, take away a committee, I will still do the work, because I am here to support people and to support this great Constitution, which I have sworn numerous times to uphold.
We reserve. And I think, young lady, gentleman reserves, gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, before I recognize Mr. Clyde, let me just say,
Release the goddamn files.
The
Fuck.
question of you has been good, but and you give these words about protecting families and children. Where was that demonstrated when you took money from a convicted pedophile that had served time? Where was that? The words are beyond believability. And I think you're a nice person, but you missed the boat when you took money. I've got the mic now. You lost your I don't know the word to describe it, but what you did, you deserve to come off the committee. So let me remind you, we want this to go to the Ethics Commission. And to those listening, the Ethics Commission is 5 Democrats and 5 Republicans. Let them find it. But in the meantime, you do not deserve to serve on a committee with national clearance. And I would like, now, I
Will
would
be
like,
reminded again to direct their commentary to the chair.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to recognize my good friend from Georgia, Mr. Andrew Clyde.
How much time is the gentleman recognize? Shall I recognize?
How much time is left?
You have 11 and a half minutes remaining.
5 minutes.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
I thank the gentleman for yielding, my good friend, Mr. Norman from South Carolina. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of this resolution censuring and condemning Delegate Stacey Plaskett of the U.S. Virgin Islands for inappropriate
I condemn her too.
convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein during a congressional hearing and removing
Please
Delegate
keep hitting the
Plaskett
like
from
button
the
and
Select
subscribing.
Intelligence and
Get
referring her to the
memberships.
Committee for further investigation. After 4 years of silence on this matter, not a peep during the entire Biden administration. Let me repeat that. After 4 years of silence on
I
this
got
matter
a few,
about Jeffrey
Dan.
Epstein, House Democrats are now demanding transparency and accountability surrounding Jeffrey
Sub
Epstein.
up or roll up, Dan.
While their fake outrage is clearly just another disgusting attempt to smear President Trump, House Republicans are taking this matter
Thank you,
seriously
Fox.
and are working toward delivering the much-needed transparency and accountability that the American people deserve. This resolution is accountability, page 1. During the House Oversight Committee's ongoing investigation into Jeffrey Epstein, emails obtained by a congressional subpoena, that's right, it was
Free set.
congressional subpoena by the House Oversight Committee, not the discharge petition that just got voted on, but this was the Oversight Committee's congressional subpoena, has brought to light that in 2019, Delegate Stacey Plaskett coordinated her line of questioning with Jeffrey Epstein in real time.
Thank you,
over
Fox.
text messages during an Oversight Committee hearing featuring testimony from Michael Cohen. Now, who is Michael Cohen? Michael Cohen was the disgraced former attorney of President Donald Trump. She was asking input from Jeffrey
Thank you,
Epstein
Fox.
on how to best question Cohen. And Cohen was himself at that time a convicted felon from 2018. So now that Republicans are exposing Democrats'
Thank you,
ties to
Fox.
Jeffrey Epstein and his violence, the
Rawr.
other side of the aisle has flipped. They apparently no longer want transparency or accountability. Why? Because they don't want the truth. They want to weaponize a serious matter into a distraction, all in an attempt to take down President Trump and to hurt his administration and what he's doing to make America great again. The actions taken by Delegate Plaskett reflect poorly on the House, and this body needs to hold her accountable. I urge all of my colleagues to vote to adopt this resolution to show the American people that those who colluded with Mr. Epstein, including members of the House, will be held accountable, and this resolution is the
Thank
beginning
you,
of
Fox.
that. I thank you, and I yield back.
Yields.
To the chair.
Speaker, I reserve.
Gentleman from South Carolina reserves. Gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Proud to yield 1 minute to the distinguished minority leader, Hakeem Jeffries.
Sub up, Waffles. Hit that like button.
Minority leader is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the distinguished gentleman, my good friend from the great state of Maryland, the ranking Democrat on the Judiciary Committee, for yielding. I rise today in strong opposition. This resolution, this effort to censure Delegate Plaskett, to rip away her membership on the Intel Committee, is nothing more than a political stunt by a desperate, failed candidate for governor, trying to pander to the people.
Yeah, Glow.
Nothing more than that. You want to make the statement about who's brought disgrace to the House? The actions of this House Republican
Trump's everybody's
majority
daddy.
brought disgrace to the House of Representatives from day one of this presidency. The reality is, if you want to talk about fealty to the Constitution and things of that nature, the House is a separate and co-equal branch of government. You don't seem to understand that. You function from the very beginning
Obamacare.
of your so-called majority, Mr. Speaker, not as a check and balance on an out-of-control administration, but as a reckless rubber stamp for Donald Trump's extreme agenda, and you are failing the American people. You failed to keep your core promise
I need an edible so bad. I wish this would hurry up and be over in there. Release the shit.
Down here in the United States of
There
America.
goes store and
Costs have gone
everything.
up. The Trump economy is a complete and total failure. It's a disaster. The American people are hurting.
We
And so every week, you come to the House floor now that you've returned from your 7-week taxpayer-funded vacation and come up with another stunt to try to distract the
Thank you for the gifts.
Or perhaps you were ordered by your puppet master, Donald Trump, who wants to
Clapping
distract the American
seal
people
from
today.
Fox Box. Thank
Because
you.
his effort to suppress the
What up,
Jeffrey Epstein
Eugene?
files has failed
Fox
big
Box,
time.
more rubies.
We believe in transparency. We believe in accountability. We believe in due process. That's the opposite of what is happening on the floor today. And let me be very clear about Stacey Plaskett. She's a woman of great intelligence and a woman of great integrity. And she deserves better than what she's receiving from House Republican extremists. She deserves the opportunity to be heard. She deserves due process. She deserves the ability to make her case. Not to be prosecuted.
Flight by Yingling is raising the bar by crafting the next generation.
Dip into Atlas, chunky.
Everybody's probably gonna have an ant. Well, we'll just take 11 second ad. Hang on, guys. Timo Obama. On Larry Hoover.
Consequences today, consequences tomorrow, consequences next week, consequences next year, and certainly consequences when the American people throw this House Republican majority out in the aftermath of the election next November. Be very careful about the extreme actions that you continue to engage in. Now, it's extraordinary to me, week after week, censure after censure, and I wonder, is it just coincidence that the last 3 censures we've had on the House floor happen to involve, first, we tried to censure Monica MacGyver. And then, Mr. Speaker, Republicans tried to censure Ilhan Omar. And now we're on the floor and you're trying to censure Stacey Plaskett. What is it exactly that those 3 individuals have in common?
Thank
House
you,
Republicans
Fox
are gonna have
Box.
to answer for the things, the extreme things that you continue to do. And the American people know. This is a phony majority. It's a fake majority. It's not a real majority.
Speak this fucking shit
Republicans aren't
up.
doing anything to make life
This
better
is
for
a
the American
deflection to release
That's
these
why we're on the floor.
motherfuckers.
right now. There's nothing that House Republicans can do to disgrace Stacey Plaskett because House Republicans continue to disgrace themselves.
I've been on here 3 hours and 20 minutes.
Later on
Let's run them likes up.
this evening, the American
Super
people
chats, memberships, all that shit.
will hear from Delegate Plaskett. Beyond this, making her case, the people of the Virgin Islands, I'm confident, will continue to stand behind her. And we will never be lectured
Oh, Lord.
on issues related to accountability.
Thank you,
and
Fox Box.
transparency and principle and ethics from this group of extreme House Republicans who continue to visit a national nightmare on the American people, bending the knee to a wannabe king, doing real harm in real time, and at the end of the day, your time is coming as well. I yield back.
Gentlemen yields.
Set
How
on
much time do we have?
a plunger.
Gentlemen, it's 4.5 minutes. 3.5 minutes. All members are again reminded, including Minority Leader, to direct your comments to the chair. All members are again instructed, including Minority Leader, to refrain from engaging in personalities towards the President. The gentleman from Maryland seeks recognition.
Further-
Will reserve. Gentleman from Maryland reserved. Gentleman from South Carolina.
But freedom of speech is freedom of speech regardless.
The minority leader mentioned that, got not really a majority. I will tell you, 77 million people are a majority. They rendered the consequences to elect the president that has revived this country from a disaster 4 years under the Biden administration. Let's go back under a little bit of history here about the hearing. The messages show that Plaskett texted Epstein before the hearings that started that day at 7:55. She texted him, the sex offender, the predator on the children she says she protects. They had comments like she told him to Ms. Plaskett talk about his grades.
I mean, he is a felon, so why can't they say that?
Outfit is from Mr. Epstein. In 1040, she broadcast a feed cut to Ms. Plaskett showing her moving her mouth as if she was chewing something. And Ms. Plaskett mentioned that she had multiple texts. Well, according to the records, and I don't know how many of her texts came from those convicted of felonies, but on at 2:25, Epstein sent 2:25 minutes before Plaskett began questioning Cohen at 2:28. Epstein messaged back, "Good work," at 2:34, 1 minute after Plaskett finished her question to Cohen. So the whole 5 minutes was pretty much conducted under the direction of a convicted pedophile.
Why didn't they have burner phones?
This dialogue, Ms. Plaskett was reached by phone Thursday. Plaskett declined to answer questions about the text messages and directed all inquiries to congressional staff. Plaskett's chief of staff said Thursday she was not in a position to confirm or not whether the congresswoman was texting with Mr. Epstein at the hearing.
Breast dick.
She did not respond to follow-up questions. By the way, these are facts. These are text messages. This wasn't smoke and mirrors. So it's interesting that they're taking that tact. But, Mr. Speaker, how much time do I have left?
What's up, Judy? Whoever else.
6.5 minutes remaining. I reserve. Gentleman from South Carolina reserved. Gentleman from Maryland. I'm giving 1 minute to the representative from New York, Ms. Clark.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today on behalf of the Congressional Black Caucus, the conscience of the Congress, in strong opposition to this resolution. This resolution is a blatantly partisan, shameless attack. As we sit here today, Donald Trump is still the single person in this country with the authority and the ability to deliver justice to survivors and truth to the American people by just releasing the files. So instead of answering why Donald Trump chooses every single day not to release the Epstein files, they're pointing fingers at this side of the aisle. Mr. Speaker, unlike the president, Congresswoman Stacey Plaskett has committed no crime, violated no rule, and broken no promises. There has been no investigation, no due process, no inquiry into whether the Congresswoman had any connection whatsoever to Epstein's despicable and disgusting criminal conduct. This resolution would have us remove a capable and hardworking member of one of the most serious working committees in this body on the basis of a conversation from more than 6 years ago, which broke no rules, and has no connection to any criminal activity. I urge my colleagues to vote no on this partisan resolution, this sham, and I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. We reserve. Gentleman from Maryland reserved. Gentleman from South Carolina.
Speaker, I reserve.
Gentleman from South Carolina reserves. And we're prepared to close.
Close this shit. Fuck.
It's closed.
Fuck that ass out.
I'm prepared to close.
All right. Gentleman from South Carolina is prepared to close. Maryland is recognized. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much.
God motherfucking shit.
I want to start by addressing the young people who appear to be in the audience this evening, because I'm afraid some of my arguments are lost on some of our colleagues across the aisle suffering from Trump derangement syndrome. It seems to have completely warped their minds today, and they're not thinking clearly about the Constitution or about the rule of law. But the young people here will recognize, if they read this resolution, immediately what's wrong with it. Because it's replete with phrases like this.
Release the files.
This one incident that they're referring to raises serious questions about the judgment and the integrity and the.
I agree with you about the black women and the government.
Raises serious questions.
I agree 100%.
Answers to those questions, but you don't get answers by rushing to judgment and turning the whole process upside down. This resolution starts by saying we censure her, we remove her from committee, and the very next component of it says we direct the Committee on Ethics to conduct an investigation. That is the opposite of due process, and I hope at least future generations will understand that's not how we hold people accountable, whether it's under criminal law, under civil law, or under an ethics.
He's on that high-speed chicken feed, by God.
Launching here. Again, go back to the George Santos standard. The reason we voted against just hanging him out to dry and censoring him and expelling him is because the process hadn't happened yet. And Democrats and Republicans together did it, but they're thinking in solely partisan terms. Even Matt Gaetz, accused of having sex with a 17-year-old, was never censured by the House of Representatives. Even with Speaker McCarthy and others condemning him for what he did, we did not censure him. Think about what you're doing to the precedents of this body by trying to attack Ms. Plaskett. And let me just close with a personal thought. I wasn't going to bring it up because I didn't want to embarrass her, but she was one of the 3 finest students I ever had in constitutional law. She was a straight A student in the early 1990s. She's a straight A student in the 21st century. I'm proud not only that she was my student, but that she's my friend and that she's my colleague.
And you groomed her.
Don't disgrace us in any way. You go to work every day for the people of Virgin Islands, and we're proud of you. With that, I'll yield back.
He groomed her, by God.
From South Carolina is recognized. Mr. Speaker, I find it interesting that the president is occupying the minds of my good friend on the left, rent-free.
Big meltdown. Somebody's going to crash out eventually.
Keep doing it. Keep doing it. This president's got a record that is second to none. And I hope our listeners in the audience can distinguish between just words and babbling on when they reject the facts of what's been presented. Texts don't lie. And they can offer all the excuses. And I do think Ms. Plaskett is a nice lady. She made a mistake here, a bad mistake. She took advice from a convicted pedophile that is indefensible in this discussion here today. Mr. Speaker, I've listened to my colleagues defend the indefensible. I've heard everything from this is old.
Everybody's got an opinion.
Politics.
If y'all think Trump sucks, that's on y'all.
Disputed the key fact, written records.
I support your opinion. I don't agree.
Show Delegate Plaskett sought his input for an official hearing. This is the issue.
Level up your wallet. Score up to $20,000 with the Kentucky.
The purpose of my pivot.
Motherfucker.
Petition was that he and
it is necessary at this time. The question before us is very simple. Do we uphold a minimal standard for ethical conduct, or do we just shrug and say, well, maybe next time? Mr. Speaker, the public deserves better, the House deserves better, the American people deserve better. I urge adoption of this resolution, and I yield the balance of my time.
Chairman yields. Without objection, the previous question is ordered on the resolution.
Get this fucking shit over with.
Of the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Yeah. Welcome to procedural democracy.
What purpose does the gentleman seek recognition?
I request a recorded vote, and I challenge the speaker's interpretation of the voice vote.
The gentleman asked for the yeas and nays.
I ask for the ayes and the nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed.
Fucking son of a bitch. So now what the fuck? They said postpone. They didn't get. I agree with you, lack of voting. Mr. Pressed Eggnog. This shit, these dumb motherfuckers. I mean, like, just release the goddamn shit, Daddy Trump. Your daddy, release it. Oh, yeah, they'll have to. But he didn't say how long he give them. He just said it's postponed. Does that mean he gives them like a minute and then they vote? Or is it go, how long is this going to be postponed? Are we coming back tomorrow? Are they going to finish it today? Or what in the fuck? Nah, I'm dead sober. I need an edible. I need to go get a gummy. Nah, I'm dead sober. I just need to go get a fucking edible. I need some gummies. Edibles. My ass is hurting from sitting here watching this shit. I thought it'd done be fucking over, but my views are going to be ungodly. This might break my record for views right here in one stream. That's why I'm rolling with it.
What purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westman, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 879.
I don't drink, but I indulge in THC.
Immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the title of the joint resolution.
House Joint Resolution 130, Joint Resolution providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5 United States Code of the rules submitted by the Bureau of Land Management relating to Buffalo Field Office Record of Decision and Approved Resource Management Plan Amendment.
Pursuant to House Resolution 879, the joint resolution is considered read. The joint resolution shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Natural Resources or their respective designees. The gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westman, and the gentleman from California, Mr. Huffman, each will control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas.
Motherfucker.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on
Deflection. God, motherfucking shit.
Such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
I rise in strong support of HJ Res 130, which would repeal the Bureau of Land Management's Misguided Resource Management Plan, or RMP, amendment for the Buffalo Field Office in Wyoming, which was finalized in the twilight hours of the Biden-Harris administration. Wyoming's Powder River Basin currently supplies 40% of the nation's coal. The RMP amendment in question effectively halted future federal coal leasing across a region in Wyoming larger than New Jersey and located in the heart of America's coal country. Without repeal, the RMP amendment will end coal production in the region entirely by 2041 and close 12 active mines. The RMP amendment is a death blow to America's energy security
Wyoming's workers, and the economic backbone of the state itself. It is projected that U.S. electricity demand will grow by as much as 128 gigawatts through 2029, and global energy demand is expected to double by 2050. Coal is reliable, affordable, and essential to meet the increasing power demands of the AI revolution and advanced manufacturing. The RMP amendment locked up an astonishing 48 billion short tons of coal. That's enough to meet U.S. coal demand for the next 116 years. 92% of Wyoming's coal is exported to other states, helping keep the light zone and utility prices affordable in places, in distant places as far as Texas, Illinois, and my home state of Arkansas. Nationwide, residential electricity prices have increased by 13% since 2022, and overturning misguided policies like this RMP amendment will help make the cost of living
I'm
more
making
affordable
something
for
to eat. I'll be
families
right
across
back.
America.
Don't go nowhere.
It's
It's
time
Crack
to
40
unleash our
TV.
invested resources to put this money back into the pockets of American families by repealing the Biden administration's anti-American energy policies. What's more, instead of working with the state, the Biden administration blatantly ignored local opposition at every stage of this process and rammed this RMP amendment through to appease environmental extremists. The Biden administration provided a limited opportunity for public comment or engagement on this RMP amendment. Wyoming's governor, unified congressional delegation, locally elected officials, tribes, and local communities all expressed strong opposition to this planned amendment. The previous administration and commissioners who represent the local communities affected by this plan stated that whatever information they provided to the BLM in this process was, quote, ignored by the federal agency. Overturning the RMP amendment takes power from bureaucrats in Washington, D.C. and returns it to the people of Wyoming. The BLM also ignored tribal input in developing this RMP amendment. The Navajo Transitional Energy Company, which is wholly owned by the Navajo Nation, provided detailed comments opposing this amendment that were all dismissed by the BLM. In a letter they submitted to the agency, they stated, quote, BLM consistently downplayed the reasonably foreseeable negative impacts of the mine's closures on the surrounding social justice communities, and it did not even consider the jobs lost in the downstream communities that rely on the Powder River Basin coal, end quote. Energy security is national security, and Wyoming's energy industry remains indispensable to ensuring America stays energy dominant. Wyoming's Powder River Basin, with its low sulfur coal, produces the world's cleanest burning coal. We should be focused on exporting this abundant natural resource to our allies abroad, not burying this baseload power under layers of bureaucracy. By passing this CRA today, we're advancing President Trump's executive orders on unleashing American energy and reinvigorating America's coal industry. We're also restoring hundreds of millions of dollars in future revenue for Wyoming's K-12 public education system and protecting more than 4,000 high-paying jobs in rural Wyoming. In conjunction with the pro-energy policies included in the Working Families Tax Cut Law, this CRA also has the potential to generate more than $260 million
Cheese
for the
sticks
federal
and
treasury.
garlic, bruh.
This CRA helps the U.S. remain energy dominant and will lower prices for families, strengthen our economy, and boost real wages for hardworking men and women. I urge my colleagues to stand with Wyoming, stand with American workers, and stand for energy security by supporting this resolution. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves, gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and let me wish Chairman Westerman a happy birthday. I do wish him a happy birthday, but even that goodwill does not change the fact that this is bad legislation. And so, unfortunately, Bruce, I'm going to have to rise in opposition to the bill while wishing you a happy birthday. We are, Mr. Speaker, all grateful that the Republican shutdown is finally over, but millions of Americans are still on the cusp of losing health care. They are struggling to put food on the table. And after their 7-week paid vacation, I can't imagine anything more disconnected than for House Republicans to come back here and make their first priority not helping working families to make ends meet, but jamming through more favors for their billionaire buddies. These 3 Congressional Review Act, CRA resolutions, treat America's public lands like they are just lines on a balance sheet. They silence public opinion. They ignore the fires and storms that are made worse by climate change, all of it to make fossil fuel extraction the #1 priority going forward for how we manage our public lands. Wildfire defense, public safety, recreation, conservation, all of these take a back seat
Please hit
now
that like and
to
subscribe.
maximizing corporate profits, even in our most fragile landscapes like America's Arctic. Americans want clean air, clean water, accessible public lands, not handouts
Cheese
to
sticks
polluters.
and garlic, bro.
Overturning balanced, forward-looking BLM plans in Wyoming and Alaska is a colossal mistake. Across the federal land management agencies, plans like these are the foundation for responsible, sustainable management of our public lands. RMPs are the product of extensive public input, rigorous scientific reviews, meaningful tribal consultation, and balancing the activities on our public lands, from energy development to recreation, is what these plans do. They reflect the needs of communities, industries, ecosystems, and they outline a clear vision for the stewardship of millions of acres of public lands. Let's look at the Buffalo Field Office RMP targeted by this particular resolution. It was developed after a court found that the previous plan failed to address the public health and climate impacts of unfettered coal mining in the region. Importantly, the current
We're in the coal mining region. I got to piss so bad my prostate's about to rip. Listen to this. Oh.
balanced RMP
I gotta piss.
for BLM's Buffalo Field Office in order to prop up the coal industry in Wyoming's Powder River Valley. The plan targeted by this resolution ended new coal leasing in the region because of its harm to the climate and public health, and because of decreasing demand for coal. At the same time, the plan allowed existing mines to continue to operate through the end of their current leases. Rescinding this plan means locking us into unnecessary emissions and energy costs at a time when the planet and the American people cannot afford it, and it also puts us on a treadmill of litigation and uncertainty, sending us back theoretically to a plan that was already adjudicated to be illegal, or maybe waiting for a new plan to come forward from the Trump administration, and I guess hoping that a future court will decide that it's not substantially similar to the ones that have been thrown out with your CRA. This is something that my friends across the aisle simply haven't thought through. There is so much chaos and uncertainty when the sledgehammer of the CRA is used in this reckless manner. Now, House Republicans already passed and the administration implemented unprecedented giveaways to the coal industry through the One Big Beautiful Bill Act, including slashing the royalty rates for coal from 12% to 7.5%, and opening more than 13 million acres of public lands for coal leasing. But even with these handouts, it's not enough to reverse decades of market contraction in the coal industry. The coal industry is dying. What Republicans don't mention is that BLM's coal lease sales this year have either failed to reach market value, been indefinitely canceled, or received little to no bids. Rather than simply redoing this RMP through the well-established public process, which the Trump administration is already doing, House Republicans want to overturn it using the CRA, again, an extremely blunt instrument that will throw us into great uncertainty and litigation for sure. This choice would lock out the perspectives from previous tribal and public engagement and ban the agency from ever again issuing a substantially similar RMP, leaving land policy frozen in time, really more like frozen in some kind of a limbo. Incredible uncertainty and chaos. House Republicans want to permanently enshrine fossil fuel extraction as the top priority for millions of acres
We need
of
coal,
land
by God.
across the country, no matter the cost. And they're picking winners and losers here, blocking affordable renewable energy projects, sacrificing
Which
our
motherfucker is that?
process. I urge my colleagues to reject these reckless resolutions that would upend millions of acres of public land management and reject this entire familiar playbook
from congressional Republicans, trying to deepen our dependence on dirty fossil fuels that pollute our air, contaminate our water, and harm the public health, while doing everything possible to slow, stop, or sabotage the development of affordable, renewable energy. Our constituents deserve a lot better than this. We deserve clean, affordable, and reliable energy. We deserve good paying jobs and affordable health care. And we shouldn't sacrifice America's health, environment, and livelihoods in order to do it. This legislation and my friends across the aisle are on the wrong side of history, trying to prop up the dying coal industry. They're on the wrong side of public land management, and they're on the wrong side of the American people's pocketbooks as they face.
Hey, hell, I would be.
That's why I oppose this resolution and reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman for Arkansas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I sincerely appreciate the birthday wishes from my.
As long as that ain't the Mopar that used to be in our chat,
If I had a
thanks.
birthday wish of my own, it would be to make energy more affordable for the American people, to help the good folks of Wyoming to have a livelihood, and to not only keep prices down, but keep good paying jobs across this country that are in the energy industry. We know that we need more energy going forward. We need more electrons on the grid. We need a larger grid, and we need to all work together to do those things. But if this resource management plan amendment by the previous administration was balanced, I would hate to see a heavy-handed resource management plan amendment by the previous administration, because this took a sledgehammer to an established industry.
How far
in the
away
state of
from-
Wyoming, and I'm sure my
What does any of this got to do with Jeffrey Epstein? What's it got to do with it? Look, they talking about coal mining in Wyoming. What the fuck?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of my legislation, House Joint Resolution 130, which utilizes the Congressional Disapproval Procedure under the Congressional Review Act, or CRA, to restore coal leasing in Wyoming's Powder River Basin. Many on the East Coast of America might be surprised to learn that the federal government owns massive amounts of the western states. In Wyoming, the federal government owns about half of our surface estate and 60% of the subsurface estate, or our minerals.
This ain't got nothing to do with that bitch from the fucking Virgin Islands. This ain't got nothing to do with pedophiles. What the fuck?
788,000 acres of land and 4.7 million acres of our mineral estate.
No.
Notably, this land encompasses Wyoming's share of the Powder River Basin, North America's largest coal deposit, responsible for the production of 40% of our nation's coal. Wyoming is the largest coal producer in the nation.
Coal keeps the lights on
Are
here.
responsible for ensuring that you can turn on your lights and heat your home. The BLM manages its public lands pursuant to the Federal Land Policy Management Act, which is implemented pursuant to what we refer to as Resource Management Plans, or RMPs. These RMPs are designed to maximize resource values for the public. The BLM is required to comply with a multiple use mandate, ensuring that these combination of uses meet current and future needs of the American people. In its waning days, the Biden administration issued an RMP amendment for the Buffalo Field Office, which pursued the no new leasing alternative, pulling 481,000 acres of America's largest coal reserves and resources offline, making 48 billion short tons of coal unavailable and ending leasing in the Powder River Basin. Such a decision cannot be considered a legitimate or legal RMP pursuant to FLPMA, and neither does it align with Congress's multiple use mandate. The Biden RMP is instead very clearly a mineral withdrawal enacted by climate activists in direct violation of the law. The Biden administration's decision to terminate mining
Fucking bitch is loud, I'll tell you.
is not only irresponsible and harmful, but downright illegal, a mechanism used by the governing elite to inflict harm on every single citizen of this great country to further climate change lunacy.
Well, beat my
If this
fucking
RMPA
meat.
is allowed to continue, it would risk 4,122 jobs, in rural Wyoming, $1.9 billion in labor output through 2048, and millions of dollars in state revenue used to fund public K-12 education.
Coal keeps the lights on in Appalachia, brother.
As well, interesting electricity. At these rates, Wyoming produces about 40% of the nation's coal and about 80% of all federal coal production. With coal generating as much as 23%
It's
of
crack
America's
40
electricity
TV.
and
This shit's
at
been
any
going on
given
6
time,
fucking hours.
Wyoming's coal supplies,
And they're deflecting, deflecting,
9.3% of the electricity produced in this country. Watching the arguments in the Rules Committee last night and on the floor today, it is clear that affordability is the word of the day for my colleagues across the aisle. If utility bills for Americans is something they genuinely care about, then I encourage them to vote for HJ Res 130 and to not turn off the Powder River Basin coal, which accounts for so much of American energy and could generate even more if Washington, D.C. had not waged a war on coal for the last 3 decades. In short, it is policies such as no new coal leasing contained in this Buffalo RMP that reduces affordability, which my colleagues on the other side of the aisle will be supporting if they continue to oppose HJ Res 130. This vote today is a vote to shore up the grid, which will have positive impacts on the utility bills of Americans. When combined with what this majority did for energy development in the One Big Beautiful Bill, we are shoring up centuries of energy production. We cannot survive in this country without Wyoming coal, the majority of which is produced in the Powder River Basin. Demand for Wyoming coal is only increasing, both here and abroad. If you turn out the lights on one of Wyoming's most important industries, you will also be turning out the lights on America. The Biden administration knew this and pursued this harmful policy anyway, and they did so in violation of the law. On September 18, 2025, the Government Accountability Office determined that the Buffalo RMP was a rule subject to the CRA on the grounds that it is an agency statement, is a future effect, and it implements, interprets, or prescribes law and policy. This decision is in line with previous GAO decisions on similar land management plans and RMPs, several of which this body has passed in the 119th Congress. A vote today for HJ Res 130 has many positive implications. First, it would overturn this harmful plan and revert to the 2015 RMP, thereby protecting access to 481,000 acres for coal leasing. Second, it would provide certainty to countless Wyomingites who rely on our good, clean coal for jobs and for revenue that funds the schools that our children attend. Third, it is a vote for the millions of Americans who continue to rely on Wyoming coal and who always will. Fourth, it's a win for Congress, reminding the agencies that we are the primary policymaking branch of government and that we will hold the agencies responsible for bad, unlawful regulations. I urge all of my colleagues to vote in favor of HJ Res 130, and I yield back.
The gentleman from Arkansas reserves. The gentleman from California, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It occurs to me that as we're having this debate, pretty much the rest of the world is in Brazil right now for the climate conference. Of course, the Trump administration has disgracefully pulled the United States out of the Paris Agreement once again, so we have no federal delegation at all. But as the rest of the world convenes to accept the reality of the climate crisis and to accept the related reality of coal being the biggest contributor to carbon pollution, and the entire world is talking about how to phase down our dependence on coal pollution and fossil fuel pollution, we are here in this alternate reality of the Republican majority, where my colleague from Wyoming calls it climate lunacy. It's a sad, sad testament to, frankly, the disgraceful leadership of this Republican majority that propping up the coal industry with discounted
What the fuck?
and massive subsidies and millions of acres of land.
What's up,
giveaways,
Matthew?
And now this misuse of the Congressional Review Act is the official policy of the Republican majority. It's just
Fuck if I know.
almost
It went from Epstein to fucking coal. I mean, I'm in Harlan County, Kentucky. It don't get no more coal than where I'm at.
Thank you,
My
Ranking
whole
Member. Thank
family's
you,
coal
Mr.
money.
Speaker.
Everybody's
First, coming from
family's
New
coal
Mexico, I
money.
will tell you that I have gone through the RMP process firsthand.
And now all of a sudden they're deflected to fucking coal. They went from deflecting to that Jamaican Virgin Islands chick. Now they're deflecting this way, just like Ernie Shell.
Input from residents from all sides of the aisle.
Me and my, you know what Ashley said earlier when we first started watching this? She said, you know who would be watching this? And I was like, who? She said, Granny Billy. Yeah, I took Granny's line. That's the very first thing I wanted was her columns at Peace and Glass and that fucking line. That's the first things I wanted. Rest in peace to my granny. I sure fucking miss her. Ashley does too. We all do.
Many of them which haven't been updated since the 1980s. Now, it's important that we take into account the time, the effort of not just the agency staff and those folks who show up to those hard meetings and hear the public out.
She'd be proud of me.
Comes out in my district, sometimes driving 30, 40, 50 miles just to attend one of those meetings so that they can eventually get to an RMP knowing that that will be the law of the land. And so today I rise in opposition to all the CRAs.
So why are we looking
I want to talk about one very special place.
Coal?
In 2017, when the Arctic National Wildlife Refuge's coastal plain was first officially opened to drilling, supporters promised that the sale would raise...
What's this got to do with fucking Jeffrey Epstein?
Bidders emerged. And the first mandated lease sale brought in less than 1% of the $2.2 billion that Congress was told to expect. Less than 1%. That burdened taxpayers with an additional $2 billion in national debt. Why? Well, because the Arctic is one of the most expensive places on Earth to drill. And investors and the oil industry know this. In fact, BP and Shell already abandoned their Arctic proposals, even paying to exit those leases. And financing has dried up completely.
It's ridiculous.
Every major U.S. bank and 20 global insurance companies having publicly pledged not to finance Arctic drilling projects, yet here we are. The coastal plain is too remote, too costly, and too risky to make drilling financially feasible.
That's ridiculous.
We already produce record oil and gas volumes elsewhere at a far lower price.
Oh, that's a pressed
the Permian Basin.
toupee if I've ever seen one in my life. It's been gooned on too. It's a gooned, pressed. That's got a lot of cum in it. Slicked it back with cum.
From when I was in the Arctic. Now, this is also a question of what we value. The Arctic Refuge is the only national wildlife refuge that protects a complete Arctic ecosystem. It's called the crown jewel of our public lands. And that it's called that for a reason. And I saw why firsthand.
Hit that like button, y'all. Run them likes up. This is a bunch of bullshit.
Wild fishing and hunting opportunities for all Americans.
Fucking deflections, man. Deflections. Oh, Lars.
And these lands have provided sustenance to the Gwich'in and Iñupiat peoples for millennia. The bottom line, setting the unique wildlife and recreation...
Maybe Trump's low-key telling both sides, you better deflect until we can figure out how to hide these. Or somebody. Or we're going to hit that code and blow everybody up with bombs.
Who showed up to those meetings to create that RMP in the first place year over year over year. So by treating every resource management plan as a rule that is subject to the CRA, Congress is throwing the legal status of every oil and gas lease, every grazing permit, and recreational activity across the West into question. And I ask my Republican colleagues,
This bunch of
why
shit.
pursue the CRA process when this administration has already revised the plan in question? They've already opened up the coastal plain, so why do this? We should vote no, not to score a political point, but because this proposal simply doesn't make sense and won't work. Thank you. I yield back my time.
Gentleman from California reserves, a gentleman from Arkansas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, it's been mentioned that U.S. coal is dying. U.S. coal is being murdered. There's been an attack on it for many years, and some people will not stop until they see it gone, but it's to our own demise because we depend so much on the energy.
My brother's drilling coal right now.
We need more nuclear
They might be
power,
clocking out.
hydropower, we need all kinds of new power. And this isn't the time to be attacking our fuel sources. And, you know, we'll have a debate on the Arctic slope and the coastal plain, but when we're talking about Wyoming, we're talking about coal, and we're talking about really the backbone of our electrical generating and distribution system. I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Minnesota, who's the chairman, the subcommittee chairman on energy and minerals.
Lord help us.
Gentleman from Minnesota is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in strong support of this CRA resolution introduced by my good friend and colleague from Wyoming, Representative Haggard.
He queefed.
This resolution overturns the
He
Biden
fucking
administration's
queefed.
actions to lock up public lands in Wyoming from responsible coal development. All part of the Democrat and President Biden's agenda, which was anywhere but America, any worker but America energy agenda. Last year, I had the opportunity to join Representative Hagman on a tour across the Powder River.
Why are we not talking about Epstein and releasing the fucking files? Why are they deflecting for an hour? It's bullshit. I got stuff to do, but I gotta finish this stream. I gotta go to the store. I need I needed an edible 3 or 4 hours ago. Hell, I've been up 11 hours.
I'm working here, and my son just got hired here. The passion he had for the industry and these jobs were incredible. He and now his children work in that coal mine. That gentleman told me his family story with a lump in his throat. Like generations before him, he and now his children had access to good paying union jobs in the coal mine across the Powder River Basin. But thanks to the Biden administration's continued war on coal, his job and his livelihood was on the line. As the mine he worked in was set to run out of coal reserves in just a few short years. Thanks to the Biden administration's resource management plan that blocked new coal leasing.
Can we time shift
and
and get this dumb shit
In
over?
doing so, the mine would have to lay off
Get back
hundreds
to
of workers
Epstein.
and devastate the surrounding communities that depend on the coal mining industry to drive their local economies. With tears in their eyes, this electrician asked me to save his job and save his livelihood so he could continue to provide for his family and energy for America. Mr. Speaker, we have the opportunity today to do just that. By voting in favor of this CRA, we will be able to roll back the disastrous Biden administration's anti-American energy policies and keep the Powder River Basin alive. And through
This
the
is the
CRA,
most
we'll
corrupt
stop
thing I've ever seen in my life.
from taking similar steps
Check
to shut
another
down the
channel.
Powder River Basin. I want to thank
Let's check Fox Business.
Tony for introducing
Nope.
this important.
Fox Business.
WGU offers. Visit WGU.
I mean, they said,
Somebody who's been convicted of sex trafficking minors, that's the conversation we're having. I think it's disgusting that she's she's playing with puppies in her prison. And you have guards now coming out publicly saying, I'm tired of serving her like she's some type of celebrity inside of there. She's not a celebrity. She's convicted of sex trafficking minors, including my sister.
One of the things that you two and so many, as you say, who would you call her, survivor sisters have been pushing for is the release of more information. Obviously, this is what's happened today is a step closer to that. Are you confident that ultimately these files will be released, Scott?
We're hopeful. They've had them in their possession for a very long time. We hope that they are very careful with the survivors' names. They've been a little reckless recently, especially with the unredacted.
Now, check. Will be a markup on his legislation on permitting, and Democrats have been asking for meaningful.
they forced the
changes to this war on
Department
clean
of
energy
Justice to release it.
to have a serious negotiation and discussion about
House
it.
votes on
And
it.
I hope that Mr. Westerman delivers on his promise.
to work in good faith with Democrats and to do something about the war on clean energy. But unless and until he does, unless and until my colleagues across the aisle stop pretending that an entire industry
Sorry, my son called on the other phone.
that they could never get passed into law. And the CRA, I remind you, is so that Congress can exert its
It's dumb shit.
authority over
They have voted
administrative.
to release the files, but they ain't saying shit.
Too many devices.
Let's see what's up on some other channels. Are y'all seeing anything different anywhere else?
On their way out, that they could never get.
You hear me now?
And the CRA, I remind you, is so that
Coming along well, gossip.
legislative authority over an administrative agency or over an administration. And I would remind future administrations not to make dumb rules when you're going out the door
You seen anything different anywhere, Dan Forster?
Out of the aisle, doing a CRA to turn back.
They've done voted to release the files. What is all this fucking shit got to do with Epstein?
And justice done, so these survivors, some of which were in the Capitol today, if he really wanted justice for the survivors, he could release these documents on his own.
Republicans really had a very quick change in messaging just that unfolded over the past 48 hours or so. Were you surprised to see essentially all of your colleagues on the Republican side join you? Only one Republican voted no on this bill.
Well, I wish they would.
I gotta go to the store.
A couple weeks ago, we wouldn't have.
I'm thinking about
for justice to be done if a couple more Republicans would have signed the discharge petition.
just leaving my phone here and running to the store right quick.
Allowed them, he said.
Leaving this stream running. There's been so many people in and out of it, it'll break a record. This stream will have a lot of fucking views.
To vote for this measure. And so that's the power of Donald Trump as well. He has said himself, he's the president and the speaker. He proved it today with that vote.
Pete Aguilar's got a big nose.
With the exception of Clay Higgins, the Republican from Louisiana who voted no today, the former Cajun John Wayne, as they called him when he was a sheriff. I'm assuming that was
Cajun John Wayne.
Donald Trump. You're hearing otherwise, Congressman, to have one lawmaker in the entire House stand alone is pretty fascinating. But I'm just curious, Tom Massey caucusing with Democrats now? Is Marjorie Taylor Greene going to cross the aisle and join you here at some point?
I don't think so. But look, if our colleagues want
So they voted to release them.
whether it's to fund government,
Senate may pass Epstein bill tonight.
conversations with them, and that's always been the case. Last time I was here, we said, during the government shutdown, Democrats will go, anywhere to have conversations with the president about how we get out of this situation. And so that continues to be the case. We'll have discussions and debates.
It's already dark in D.C. It'll be dark here in about 15 minutes.
If it's specifically tied to healthcare and the affordability crisis that we're in, Democrats are more than willing to have conversations with Thomas Massey or Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Congressman, another big development today was the Texas redistricting plan getting struck down by a judge. Your state of California has, in response to Texas, has started its own redistricting process.
$1 billion loan to open 3 Mile Island.
This was in part to sort of act as a counterweight to Texas. Should
No medical exam and no health related.
Juguetes, a cambio les damos juguetes en nuestras camionetas.
All right, well, the Senate reaches a deal to clear House, pass Epstein files bill, by God. Been watching it for 4 fucking hours or longer.
So the Trump appointee judge said this wasn't about politics. This was a racial gerrymander in violation of the federal law. Where in California now you have, we put the maps before the voters, and a couple weeks ago the voters resoundingly said, yes, we want to push back, we want to fight, we want to make sure that we protect our democracy from Donald Trump trying to rig this election before we even get to 2026.
Congressman, we've got breaking news. This red headline just crossed the Bloomberg terminal while you were speaking. To pull you back into the Epstein situation, the Senate has just reached a deal to clear the House-passed bill. This is apparently on the fast track now, and that bill is going to be delivered next door. So let's get real in our remaining 90 seconds. We know that President Trump has said he's going to sign that bill. We also know he's assigned his Department of Justice to investigate Democrats, including Bill Clinton. Once the Congress has finished with this and the President signs it, will we be told that the Department of Justice cannot release the files because it's an ongoing investigation?
Joe, that's a great question, and that is absolutely the question we should be asking Donald Trump. I don't think it's a coincidence that he directed his attorney general to open up these investigations, knowing that there is that clause in the bill that says if it's an active investigation, it could prevent the administration from releasing these records. We should demand that these records be released. And we all know that it isn't just about some Democrats who are listed in here. We know that the president's name himself in the email trove that was just released is mentioned 1,500 times. The name Donald Trump. So this should be about disclosing to the American people what's there, not protecting anybody, whether they're Democrat or Republican.
This is a fucking bunch of fucking bullshit.
In American politics, Democratic Congressman Pete Aguilar of California.
I wished I had some good kush right now, Jack Jackson.
Coming up, we turn our attention across the aisle. When Republican Congressman Bill Huizenga joins us to continue to follow this breaking news, the Senate now reaching a deal to clear the House-passed Epstein Files bill. This is happening in real time, so stay with us on Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV.
Stay with us on Crack 40 TV. See what Scrooston's got here. Oh, Houston knows. Ashley, what you want to do? By God, I couldn't get that close to the Bucking Capitol, the White House, or nothing when I was in fucking D.C. for the inauguration. We couldn't get that close. But we did get right to the January 6th federal prison and watch people get released. It is on my YouTube page and my shorts, videos, and live streams where I was in D.C. for the inauguration. I hope no more ambulances take off. Something's crazy's happened.
But how did you pass your medical exam?
The coastal plain is the heart of the porcupine caribou herd's calving grounds. It hosts nearly 200 migratory bird species annually, connecting the rest of the United States and also the world to this.
Hey, that's a good question.
Heritage, equally vital. The 9,000 strong.
That's a good point.
Subsistence and culture.
That's a good point. That motherfucker would sunk Trump's dick so quick. For real. He has a crazy obsession with Trump. Riley Smith does. Crazy. He would kill me just.
A quote from the executive director of the Gwich'in Steering Committee, Kristen.
That.
She says, quote,
He ended up being a weird motherfucker. Weird as Ernie.
continue to push to exploit the coastal plain of the Arctic refuge.
Look at this
for oil
shit.
and gas drilling. She continues. We rely on the caribou.
They going an hour on this.
From DC.
Hour's up. Hell, they've been talking about coal for fucking over an hour.
Inupiat for Living Arctic also opposed this proposal. They said, and I quote, many Alaska Native communities are
This isn't about Democrats versus Republicans. It's about real girls who were hurt, abused, and trafficked by Jeffrey Epstein and the powerful people who surrounded him. One of those girls was Virginia Roberts Giuffre. She was forced to take
administration's relentless push towards fossil fuels. In the Arctic, temperatures are rising.
They said that they have to release them. Then they said that Trump's name's been mentioned 1,500 times, and they might put Bill Clinton and them under investigation, so they might cannot release them, so we don't fucking know yet.
Plaskett and removing her from the House.
It's fucking bullshit right now.
Right now at 5:30, chilling new video capturing the moments after a TikTok influencer was shot and killed.
The victim's boyfriend, a former college football player, now charged in her murder.
Well.
Lieutenant Sanella Sabovic live in Fort Lauderdale with the latest on this tragedy. Sanella.
Former college football player, now inmate here at the Broward County Maine Jail, charged with first-degree murder, accused of killing his girlfriend, and those that knew the couple tell me that they had a tumultuous relationship. New video shows the moments immediately after a transgender TikTok influencer was shot Friday night. Deputies say at the hands of her boyfriend, 25-year-old Shanoid White Jr. Video from a Tesla captures who appears to be White getting out of the driver's side of a beige sedan along the 3300 block of Northwest 37th Street. The passenger door opens where we're told by relatives the victim, 21-year-old Maurice Harrison, known as Girl La La La, tries to get out. White is seen grabbing her by the hair and putting her back inside before pacing with the cell phone. According to an arrest form, he then calls for help. Broward Sheriff's Office investigators say the pair had been in a relationship for several years. They had a verbal argument in the car Friday that turned physical. Then she was shot. Girl La 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 was taken to Broward Health Medical Center where she died. A neighbor who didn't want to show his face on camera describes what his family heard and saw.
My wife heard a gunshot around 6:50. This whole area was blocked off. Police were on scene. A lot of police.
Well, I guess that it's about time. I've been live about 5 hours. I gotta go to the store. We're waiting on everything to happen. So I'm gonna have to kill the stream and go to the store and come back and figure this out. Sub up and come back. I'll be back 6:30 to cover the rest of this. I hate to leave with 105 in here, but I mean, fuck, man, we've been covering this all day, and these whores is in here arguing about fucking coal, and they ain't even trying to get nothing done now. Like, what the fuck, man? What do you do? Go back to PBS and see. Now PBS News has them all outside. I've been watching PBS News all day. I mean, this seems pretty successful right here, don't it?
And she's been doing incredible reporting. I'm going to try to find some of the stuff that she said. Yes, Julie K. Brown. And Julie K. Brown has been
And so joining me now is Chief Capitol Hill correspondent Ryan Nope.
It's Crack 40 TV. I'll be back whenever I get back from the store. I'm out, y'all. I gotta go store shit.